Alright, I reset the net. Hopefully this will be smoother. Just checking everything's working. It's still stuck in that other screen. Is it catching up now? Let me just completely exit Twitch. Go back into Twitch. It's still just showing. No. I'm really sorry about that, please no. No, come on. It's not changing on the... Is it changing on your stream?
I can see. Really sorry about that. Please no.
Okay, it's not changing on my
Because I
stream.
had to reset a couple of times, and then it's... Oh, so what I do when that happens is... So, is this supposed to be showing?
Yeah, that was the thing, but like I'm actually... Okay, now that's showing.
Okay.
But then it should show me in the OBS as well, isn't it?
Yes. But it is. It's the same, all the same. Or is it a different text line in the game?
Oh no, so it won't show me going into OBS if I alt tab.
Oh, it should. Oh, no, it's not, because this is superseding. Did you make this a thing?
Yeah, this is...
It's over the desktop, so no. So it's
Oh,
right.
so that's why. Okay.
If you can think about it as layers, this is, you've moved it to the front of the queue, right?
Okay.
So anything in front of the queue will go over.
So they won't see the OBS.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, that's fine. I was just... I was confused with the...
Oh, his head is shaking, so it is working. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't notice.
Okay. Alright, sorry stream. Technical issues. This is like the second or third Steam game I'm doing, and first time with the tech issues. I'm just checking. Yeah, tech issues seem to be solved now. Alright, let's continue. Angsox fled clutching his loot. Great, saved a pint for myself. It's almost dinner time, but there's no other customers here. Is it because of the heavy snow? I'm starting to feel thirsty after staying by the fireplace for too long. What's keeping Tarzan from bringing up the booze? As I looked around, I spotted a guy covered in a priestly robe and veil, wearing a silver symbol cross and curled up in a corner table. I can't make out his face in the candlelight. His mug of cider is still full and untouched. Who in the hell would? Is that a disguise? Hasn't he heard about the saying about tigers changing their stripes? Sanan came out from behind the counter and handed me a mug of cider along with a note. That's elegant. If you find out anything regarding her, keep it to yourself. Her? Whatever. I've seen stranger things. I shoved the note up my sleeve, drank a gulp of cider, and purposely let out a loud belch. I relaxed in my usual chair, enjoying myself in the quiet and familiar atmosphere of the White Star Tavern. Looks like we're the only people here tonight. The logs in the fireplace were making tiny crackling sounds. Tanen sat behind the counter, reading the cookbook his father left him. Angzox was playing his lute. Elegant Wind had gone upstairs a while ago. Maybe I'll live here after I retire, if I have the money. Assuming the White Star keeps its comforting atmosphere till then. Come to think of it, what should I do to kill the time before dinner is served? I brought a book called A Brief History of Apollyon with me to do some reading during my vacation. Although I don't really think this little book can tell me anything about my homeland I don't already know. I could also check out White Star's special Christmas menu. I can't have any meat for another 2 days, but a glimpse of a good menu and a little bit of imagination won't break the rules. Maybe I'll just take a nap. I could use a good nap after losing sleep for almost a month. What should I do before dinner? Nothing. Let's look at the menu. I might as well take a look at San's Christmas menu. I scanned through the thoroughly changed menu on the wall. Orange peel, pepper, cardamom, cinnamon, vanilla, pale ale, cider wine, roast hare, goose, pheasant, duck, barley bread, wheat bread, apple pie, stewed carrot, beef, mutton, chicken, smoked herring, T-bone steak, ribeye steak, lamb chops, duck breast, schnitzel. Pale ale, cider wine, wheat bread, apple pie and lamb chops. Nice and festive. From inside the kitchen came the warm sense of rich stews and spices, satisfying in the way that only a home-cooked dishes can be. Sanan came out of the kitchen and brought me carrot stew and pale ale. Oh, thanks. You see, I don't really want to cook anything related to carrots, but given that you're still fasting, what about fish? It's not that I don't like your stew, but fish is way better. Unfortunately, my fishmonger fell in his fishing hole the other day. Oof. I'd love to serve you some smoked herring, but I can't stand carrot stew either, as a chef or a diner. Bon appetit! He returned to the kitchen, then brought Anzox a bowl of lamb stew. I'm jealous. Elegant came downstairs, hesitated a moment, and then took a seat at the corner table. She glanced at me, and I quickly looked elsewhere. Chapter 0, Christmas Carol. Throwing darts. I love the little animations, it's so cute. After dinner, I sank into a rocking chair near the fire and let myself relax. The logs in the fire, heavy with pine resin, crackled and popped as the chair slowly swung back and forth with a creaking noise. Not a whole lot of customers this month. Simon brought a chair and sat down next to me, gazing into the fireplace. Don't worry so much. It just gives you a couple of days and you'll have as many customers as you had in the years before. I get the feeling that this year it might be a little different. I can't really tell why though. Perhaps the howling winds outside are keeping the customers away. Angzox heard our conversation and came to join us with his lute. As if something as minor as high winds could stop folks from having cravings for Tsanen's famous home cooking. Flatter me all you like, you're still not getting a discount. I was being sincere, though I wouldn't mind a discount. The White Star has a variety of activities to entertain overnight guests and those who stick around after dinner. There's darts competition Saturday evening. If all the players are friendly and there are no authorities around, Tsanen would cover some tables with blue flannel and take bets. I doubt anybody that would be out in this weather. I elbowed Tsanen quietly and gave him a wink. Not tonight. He glanced towards Elegant before whispering to me with one hand hiding his mouth. After all, we don't know her that well. Let's hold off gambling for the time being. Oh, sorry, that was me that said that. Well, if you think of something else, let me know. I'll see if I can keep myself occupied. What do you want to do tonight? I want to find out more about it. Let's check character first. Okay, so we've learned about Sonnen, Angsak, a red dragon with a blonde mane, 30 years old, works as a traveling bard. He's fond of detective puzzles, is always together with his lute. A mysterious person. I failed to notice that she is a woman. Alright, let's talk to Elegant. By the way, I don't know Elegant that very well. I'll ask her quietly when Angsox won't notice. I walked towards the round table while she was sitting. Thank you, sweetie. Before pulling out a chair and offering my hand. Sorry, chat, I'm just getting some stuff ready. I walked towards the round table where she was sitting at before pulling out a chair and taking a seat and offering my hand. Hello, I'm Roman. I waited for Elegant to reach out for a handshake, but it seems like she didn't want to. My right hand hovered in the air as awkwardly as the silence. Hello. I apologize if I'm disturbing you. I was about to push my chair away and end the embarrassing conversation before it started, but paused as she motioned for me to stay seated. She looked up at me up and down, slowly. I could almost feel the weight of those lake blue eyes through that thin veil. As a detective used to observing others, I know how uncomfortable it is to be examined so thoroughly by such a sharp and intense gaze. You are on good terms with the owner of this tavern, are you not? Well, you could say that, but how can you tell? The way you pass information is too obvious. I felt naked. It was like her eyes were peering through me and into my soul. You need not fret. I do not care about your business. I would imagine that a detective like you has more than a few informants. I did not notice until now that I was involuntarily biting my left thumb. It's a nervous tick I've had since I was young. I still haven't managed to break the habit. No need to be polite. Just tell me why you came to me. Well, if you insist. Relieved, I unclenched my fist and took out my handkerchief to wipe the sweat from the pads. Actually, I came here to ask. Not interested in actually drinking from your glass? I prefer to remain sober, in case something unexpected happens. At this moment, Ansel suddenly came up. Still deep in conversation. Still deep in conversation, are we? I thought you were talking about nothing, so I thought I'd chime in. Trust me, we've got plenty to talk about. By the way, I heard a puzzle in the tavern from another town. Would you be interested? Sorry, we're kind of in the middle. What's the puzzle? Elegance seemed interested, taking her mug and sitting down with Angsox by the fire. Playing a puzzle game again, Angsox? Sanan just finished cleaning the kitchen and came to sit by the fire. Yes, you came just in time. I'm not really in the mood. Hear a story or go to rest? Listen to stories.
Hot water?
It's okay. Sorry, chat. I'm just having some supper as well. It's not like you got anything better to do. You can just listen and let us solve the puzzle if you want. I'd better do it by myself than leaving it to you guys. Let's start, Anzox. Anzox cleared his throat and caressed his lute and said, one night, in a small farming town famous for its barley, the one windmill in town came to a stop. This was the first time it happened. Since the mill is so vital to their work, the villagers rushed out to check the mill. From afar, the villagers saw that the windmill blades were no longer rotating. They thought that the sudden wind and snow had broken the transmission shaft that ran through the mill. The villagers came to the mill, the ground covered thick in thick snow over their ankles. The dark wooden mill towered over them in the white expanse, the blades turned in an ominous position, looking like an inverted cross. I assumed this was a puzzle, not some bar tale you used to coax coins from drunkards. Elegant's tail swished as she was impatiently drummed her fingers on the tabletop, but Sanderson sat and listened attentively. It's not as though you're paying me, so just sit and listen. Let me continue. As they drew closer, they found the windmill's maintenance gondola was tied with hemp rope to secure it. Please click the clue button to view specific evidence. Ordinary rope tying the miller, so that's the person who works in the mill, to the maintenance basket. See if there's any. Okay, so Elegant as mostly. She has a sharp mind and keen observation skills. Nothing can hide from her. Okay. But then they saw it. The miller who ran the mill was suspended upside down in the middle of the air. his eyes wide open with fear, his face contorted as though he was screaming in terror, his paws stiff and hanging down and level with the edge of the windmill blades. The snow from yesterday clung to his cold body. How ironic that the object that used to ensure safety had become a lethal weapon. No one could imagine that. Lethal? Wait a minute, Anzox. Did the safety rope really cause the death of a miller? Do you disagree, Roman? After all, the safety rope was tied to the miller's dead body. Yes, but why can't the safety rope be the murder weapon? Alright, clue. If his body was hanging upside down, it can't have been hanging by the neck, because then it would be hanging right side up. So it would be either waist or ankle. But waist could also still be right side up, so I'm gonna say ankle. It can't be deadly if it was tied to the ankle. Is it like that sport from overseas? What do they call it? Bungee jumping? Correct. A safety rope is typically tied to the ankle or the waist. Considering the position of the body, the only possible way was tied to the ankle. That indeed is true. But there must be something that killed the miller. We can discuss that next. Go on, Anxox. As I was saying, the miller had died in the windmill, where he'd spent his nights and days. The local police initially determined that the old miller was trying to repair the windmill while he was drunk. He had slipped, lost his footing, and fallen from the repair gondola. However, the cause of death was still unclear, though his head might have struck the windmill. The townsfolk invited one of the greatest detectives in the realm to investigate the scene. He was an old-fashioned detective and refused until he was paid no less than 13 rayar and all travel expenses. 13 rayar? That's 910 seat. For just one case, the detective could eat fried lamb chops every meal for a month. If he hadn't vowed to fast until Christmas. I wish my cases paid that well. Do they not? I thought you were worth the price. Exog started to laugh, but stopped when I glared at him. When the townsfolk came to his humble residence, he was seated behind his great desk, playing with a prism he had bought from the capital's Grand Bazaar. Sunlight from the small window passed through the lens and scattered into a rainbow of color. After listening to the villager's account, the detective struggled to get up from his easy chair with a cane, and then asked his only servant to call the carriage. This would be one of his few failed investigations. One problem was that the description of the crime scene is not detailed enough to his liking. Another problem was that the case sounded so bizarre. And the biggest problem was that the glib bard could not... Oh, that's elegant. And the biggest problem was that the clipboard could not get to the point. Then why don't you tell the story? Sorry. The sudden interruption made Angzok blush with embarrassment. It's fine. The details make the story more vivid, even if they are irrelevant. Okay, so let's see the clue again. So the first deduction, the miller was killed soon after he returned home, since he was still in his coat. Every person in town had an alibi when he died. The body had no wounds. He may have accidentally slipped and fell from the hanging basket when repairing the windmill. Cause of death is unknown. Maybe his head struck the mill. Okay. The day after the body was discovered, the detective arrived at the town in the afternoon. He learned from the gossip in the tavern that on the night of the miller's death, 2 people had spent the night in the mill, but they had both alibis. Both had alibis. Who were they? One was the miller's daughter. The other was the miller's apprentice. They had spent the night in the mill as usual. Interesting. About those 2 people. Let's see, clue. Okay, character. So the miller, one snowy night, his body was found hanging from the windmill of the mill. Hans, the miller's apprentice, an 18-year-old cat, came from a nearby town 8 years ago, gained Miller's favor due to his diligence. Okay. I'd like to know about the miller's daughter. I'd like to know about the miller's daughter. Elena, the miller's daughter, she's 16 years old and a grey wolf. She had no shortage of suitors in the town, and even caught the eye of a few local nobles. And not just because of her father's wealth, she was also renowned for her beauty. She had been the dream girl for every bachelor in town since she was 14 years old. She had a good relationship with her father, or at least the outsiders thought so. Yeah, I also would like to know about the apprentice.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. What about the miller's apprentice? The apprentice's name was Hans. He came to the mill from the next town 8 years ago. At the time he was just 10 years old and all alone in the world. No parent could be so cruel if it weren't for the money. Fortunately, the miller treated him well. The apprentice was also very clever. He always seemed to be able to succeed, no matter how complicated the miller's orders. Recently, there was a rumor that he had a close relationship with the miller's daughter. Now, if the miller's daughter seemed to have a special bond with the miller's apprentice. I also thought so. Let me think. Go on, please. I'd have to say those 2 caught my interest. Please go on. What about the miller's reputation? The miller had lived his entire life in the town and had no enemies. He was well regarded by the townsfolk. His wife died of puerperal fever shortly after she gave birth to Elena, and he had lived as an old bachelor ever since. He had several drinking friends who he'd meet with in the pub almost every night after supper, drinking and talking until the tavern closed. It sounds like some of the tavern's regulars. Some folk at the tavern provided the detective with additional information. Let me just see here. Okay, so Elena, we know, is a grey wolf. Miller, amiable and doesn't have any enemies. After dinner, he usually stays at the tavern until it closes until at 10 p.m. Okay. The miller had been extremely generous, and one day he even bought everyone in the tavern a round of ale in celebration. That's all the information on those in prison. Having gotten his fill of gossip from the noisy drinkers in the tavern, the detective left the tavern and went walking towards the mill. Within 10 minutes, the detective arrived at the mill and was clear and windless morning. The snow at the gate of the mill hadn't been swept away by the overzealous villagers. Oh, hello, Bunny Raid. Katrina, hey! Thank you guys for the follows, for the raid. Let me just wait. Let me just say hello. Sorry, I'm so into the story. Oh no, not crying faces. Okay, let me just see. Oh, it's Karuben Klein. Oh, yay! How did your singing go further? Wait, shout out Katrina. Oh, it was great. Sang a few more songs and a few more. Awesome. Oh, welcome all of you. You are welcome to stay. Welcome to lurk. Welcome to do anything. I'm doing a bit of a visual novel. Murder mystery. So we're just getting at all the clues from the puzzle, and then we're gonna see what's going on. Okay. The snow at the gate of the mill hadn't been swept away by the overzealous villagers. The detective, relieved and cautious, checked the snow from the outside. Of course. I killed my tank, by the way. I saw that, but you got him up and the other people stayed alive. You were a good healer. The snow was unexpectedly clean. Apart from the footprints left by the villagers who found the corpse in the outer circle and the footprints that went all the way to the front of the house, there was nothing except some messy traces in front of the last footprints. It seemed that there was no shortcut or alternate entrance. The detective put on his hat and came to the mill door. He glanced down by accident before entering the door. There seems to be a circular imprint around the last footprints in the front of the front door, and the stone used to hold the door open had also been moved. Okay, let's see. Clue. Footprints. Footprints in the outer ring of the snow, one of which reached the door. In front of the last footprint there was a jumble of tracks. There were circular imprints around the last footprint in front of the door. The stone used to hold the gate for easy access had been moved. I'm gonna see shout out Katrina. Okay, who else is in here? Yeah, there's a lot. I want to, so I'm seeing here Yule Pop, Etnaric, Madeo, Sadeo. You guys have awesome names. If any one of you are streamers, I know Katrina is a streamer. Metallic Zeman follows her. I just followed her. I'm still pretty new to Twitch. So if any of you are streamers, please just write your name. Just say me too or whatever you would like to say, just to let me know you're on. Then I'll give you a shout out in a minute. Because I have to alt-tab between the story and OBS. Because my phone is cursed. My phone doesn't want to shout out. That's why I check chat the whole time. But yeah, let's get back to it. Alright. Stepping inside, the detective met Elena, who was covering her face and crying. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Who was covering her face and crying, and Hans, who was comforting her. The body of the old miller was still hanging on the windmill, swinging like a pendulum in the wind. Do you want to listen to their testimony first or go straight to the scene? Soon Strummer next month, excited. Oh, awesome. Okay, you say all people in chat with Jake starting with K are best strummers. Name not Jake, but who is Jake and why do you love them? Okay, so is there someone else that I need to shout out?
Katra and Karuban.
I shouted them out, yeah.
Okay, I think that's it.
Yeah, so I just said if anyone else, then
I'll
they...
keep an eye.
Alright. Yeah, Metallic Zeman is keeping an eye out for me. He's my mod without being an official mod. Because I can't have a moderator yet. Okay, so let's see. Testimonial scene investigation. What do you guys think?
Yule Pop is also a streamer, but they were last live in August.
Okay.
So they might come back to stream.
Okay.
I'm just gonna give them a follow anyway.
I'll shout them out. Just in case. Shout out. All people come in or follow these other awesome people. YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. No. Yule Pop. Is it like that? And you just go up and see. Yeah. There we go. No? Oh, did I already follow them? Apparently. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna listen to the... Oh, you said... Katrina said listen. Okay, yes, let's listen to the testimony. Let's hear the testimony. Perhaps you should investigate the scene first, in case something gets destroyed later. Not to mention, the witness does not seem to be emotionally stable. You do raise a good point, Elegant. Maybe you should listen to her, even though she's The glare coming through Elegant's veil should have set Angzox on fire, so he shut his mouth tactfully. The detective first went up the stairs to check the scene of the death. Angzox quickly sketched something on a piece of paper and handed it over. I feel faith in you. You have so much talent as a mod and have best guidance from really awesome people. You got this. I predict affiliate in a week. Yeah, I know. We were waiting to see you. You know you can do it. Alright, so this is the sketch. This is the mole. The blade stopped in a cross. I don't know why they said an upside down cross, because a windmill's blades are like all the same length, so it's just a cross. It's not like Jesus Christ's cross, it's because there's a longer end. This is just a cross. But anyway. So, and then there is, he was on the, for the people coming in, he was on the, now I forget the thing. What's the thing they go down Venice? The things that they go down the rivers of Venice.
Not a pagoda. It's like a
Gondola.
Gondola.
Okay, so that's what they said this is. This is the maintenance gondola. So he was up here, and the safety rope was attached to him, and now he's hanging upside down with his foot caught in the safety rope. Alright. The mall is divided into 3 floors and is about as tall as 5 people. Okay. Between the maintenance gondola and the 3rd floor, the window on the 2nd floor is connecting shaft between the fan blade and the mill. Okay, so that's probably that shaft, that window there. Nice. The maintenance gondola is extremely narrow and long, and about as wide as an adult's foot. But now here's my question. We are dealing with anthropomorphic we can't say people, with anthropomorphic animals. And they're saying an adult's foot. So are they talking in our language and saying an adult's foot? Or are they talking about an adult's foot of the person, the character that the person who passed away was? Because each type, I mean, between a cat and a wolf and a dragon, a foot size is going to differ a lot. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked, sorry. Alright. There was a layer of snow on it, but no footprints. 2 ropes were tied at the railing of the basket. The left part was covered with snow like the other parts of the railing, and there was no snow on the right part. But now is it as you look out on it? Because that would be this part. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is where he was hanging off. That looks like a dragon footprint. The detective leaned against the railing and looked down. Under the wooden railing hung the cold body of the miller. The rope on the left has only a section of rope head, swaying in the wind like a peddler who dared not go home without the sail. As he tried to lean out further, the railing creaked under the pressure. You go rest. Have a good rest, Ruben Klein. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. Cheers. Um, the snow fell from the inclined railing, falling and disintegrated in the air. The detective's biological instincts kicked in, his fur bristling involuntarily. He pulled back quickly and turned to check the situation at the entrance. Putting his right hand against his coat and grasping the dagger he kept to defend himself from villains. It was a gift from his first love. Every time he held the dagger, it reminded the temperature of her palm on that fateful day. Are we listening to a love story or something? Please, one elegant is enough. The detective turned around and found nothing behind him. He went downstairs quietly and found that the two of them were where they were, as if they had not moved. He went back to the second floor and looked up from the window. Above his head was the rotating shaft of the windmill blade, which gleamed black from the grease from the daily rotation and maintenance. The shadow cast by the rotating axis hit the detective's face, which gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, as though he was some prehistoric hunter shuddering in terror of the sight of some giant beast. The gears of the windmill were exposed, about 30 centimeters away from the upper eaves of the windows. The triangular teeth were distributed around the rotating shaft. The detective put his hand into his coat pocket and gently ran his thumb across the edge of the prism he carried. Something came to mind. The detective looked out the window again. The lowest gear groove seemed to be more worn than the others. Let's go to clue. Okay, so we've got the circular impacts, stone, the mole, 3-story, 8-meter tall building, building shaft, basket very narrow. Okay, gear, those looks perfectly worn. Looks like they wrote more for the miller here, but it doesn't show. He went back to the first floor, passing by the living room and straight into the kitchen. The oven seemed to have been used recently, and the kitchen filled with a mixture of pungent smell of charcoal and delicious grain smell of barley bread. He opened the oven and flicked the ashes with a stick. A sharp piece of charcoal under the ashes reminded him of the prism in his pocket, like a wedge. Having gathered the necessary evidence, the detective returned to the living room to question the witnesses. Noticing the detective's approach, Elena sat upright with Hans's support, her eyes drooping. She was dressed in a light blue nightdress. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her facial fur was combed, and it was easy to see the state of disorder despite her attempts to cover it. Angsox coughed a few times when he spoke again. It was in a higher, feminine voice. "Welcome, Mr. Detective. I assume this visit is related to my father's death." "It would be nice if you could talk this way more often." "It's really hard to speak like this." "Come on, show us your dedication to your craft." It took the detective about 10 minutes to persuade the apprentice to go upstairs with the servant, lest one of their testimonies influence one another. How do you rat your pipes? After formally introducing himself and some brief preparation, the detective asked her to tell the story of that night. The testimony of Elena. Yesterday, after dinner, my father went to the tavern as usual. I finished my housework after about 8 o'clock. It was about 2 hours before my father came back. Nothing seemed strange. I then went up to Hans's room to chat with him. 2 hours passed, and we didn't realize that my father had yet to return as normal. It wasn't until around 11 o'clock that we realized how late it really was. I hurried downstairs, thinking my father was quietly sitting in the living room, ready to scold me. But he wasn't there. The door was closed and no one was in the living room. I had a feeling that something terrible must have happened. It was like a snake had slithered under the door and crawled up my spine to whisper in my ear. I don't know if it was because of the wind or the old hinges, but the door on that day was more difficult to open than usual. I pushed the door open and the wind blew the snow into the house. I propped the door open and it made my way outside. When I got under the windmill, I had a strange thought, like an itch on my back that couldn't be scratched, and I couldn't help but look up. Hanging above my head was a purple face that was swollen and swaying in the wind. His eyes were as prominent as goldfishes. Saliva had flowed down his open, screaming mouth and frozen into ice on his snout and fur. I was frightened, so I rushed back into the house and closed the door. I couldn't sleep afterwards. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see that face. I can't believe that was my father. As she finished her description of the horrible situation, Elena collapsed on the sofa with her hands covering her face. All crystals. Like if we all say crystals together 3 times, he will appear. At this time, the detective smelled something fishy in her testimony. After thorough thought of her testimony, the detective found an irreconcilable contradiction between the testimony and the evidence. Yeah, because the door was heavy, so the rock was moved. Okay. I think this one. Take a look. It's a breakthrough of the case, I think. Why do you think a breakthrough? Because, I know. No, it's... Cut it out and get to the point. Which evidence contradicts Elena's testimony? Okay, so it's not the stone. Elena's testimony contradicts the testimony. Maybe the circular imprints? The circular imprint is also suspicious. How come? I don't really know. Shut up then. It's contradictory. Oh, sorry. Well, anyway, I think it's a contradiction. Then perhaps you should find a more suitable job. Let's read her testimony again. Shut the door. Story. Slightly higher than the doorway. It's the position of the body. She couldn't have seen the head if the body was upside down. Elena was on the first floor and the body was above her, head down. What else could she see but the head? Oh, sorry. Footprints. Oh, give me some details. The paradox is, Elena will destroy footprints. If Elena had gone out, she surely would have stepped on the miller's footprints. But we established that the only footprints on the scene were the one set that go straight to the gate of the mill, and there are no other footprints like them. In other words, Elena didn't go out at all. Yes, but we don't know the motive until the next inquiry. After all, contradictions can't just be based on conjecture. The detective tidied his sleeves and carefully pointed out the errors in Elena's testimony. As I recall, Miss Elena, you just said that you went out to check outside? Yes. Then why is there only one set of footprints from the outside of the house to the gate of the mill? Well, I must be so scared that my memory is confused. Let me start over. Okay, testimony corrected. Yesterday, after dinner, my father went to the tavern as usual. I went upstairs for Hans to chat. 2 hours passed by and there was no sign for my father's return. I went downstairs around 11 and found that he had not come back. I opened the door and my father's distorted head appeared as the body hung outside. I was so scared that I ran back to the house and closed the door. The scene was so frightening that my memory was confused. That night, every time I closed my eyes, that horrible face would pop up and I couldn't sleep at all. As long as a lie is told, more lies are bound to be used to cover it up. It is a pity that even the most talented folk can't make up every lie perfectly, let alone under such pressure. Miss Elena, there's really no need to hide anything from me. Even the detective saw right through the lie she made up this time. Which evidence contradicts? Hey, Christos! Hello! Okay, wait, I have to Go like this. That is right, right? Yeah. Which evidence contradicts? Let's see. So his hands were level with the... Can I see the log maybe? I just wanted to see if I can see the picture of the mole again. But no. Okay. Okay. Okay, the windmill blades, which is slightly higher than the doorway. Yes. It's the fact that she said she saw the head hanging when she just opened the door. So it's either this one. I'm gonna take this one first. The structure of the mold contradicts the testimony. In what way? The rotor of the windmill is between the second floor window and the third floor. The length of the fan blade should not reach the door. You're close. It's the position of the body. Did you not guess that before? This time it's different. How could Elena see his head in the door if the miller's paws were even with the windmill's blades? Elena saw what she should not have seen, only because she was actually out there and cleaned up her footprints when she came back. Not to mention, cleaning up her footprints is suspicious. Why would you need to clean up footprints if you're just a witness? Perhaps she panicked and did something that would implicate herself accidentally, or the whole scene she described was just some sort of delusion. Nice. Only a moment of his glory. That could be true. As you said, you saw the face of the deceased in the door. This is definitely impossible for you with the current position of the body. Corpses don't simply move after death, do they? How could... I don't even know. Elena screamed hysterically and ran out of the living room. It seemed that he couldn't get near her for a while. So the detective went upstairs to visit the other witness, Hans. The detective saw Hans upstairs. He was wearing a soft hat, a burlap jacket, and brown linen trousers. The dark grey eyes under the brim made the detective uncomfortable for some reason. That kind of look reminded him of a colleague he met in another case several years before. A wolf with beautiful blue eyes that had an unruly and wild gaze. Don't push it. Calm down, man. As I started to get up, I was pressed back in my seat by Tsan and thick claws. He's still so sensitive about conflict between customers. 5 years ago, someone made the mistake of starting a fight in his tavern, and he grabbed the guy with only one paw and threw him across the street. Somehow, this attracted more customers. I still don't know what they're thinking. Are they all masochists? And the detective noticed that the hair on his paws seemed to be darker than elsewhere. Just see. To sheer awesomeness. Knows we can only handle so much. This is very true, very true. The detective's face remained unchanged. He lowers his hat to cover his spying eyes. Mr. Hans, I hope you don't mind. I'm just doing my job. The detective sat in the wooden chair opposite Hans and handed his cane to the servant beside him. I would like to hear about what happened last night. So straightforward, Mr. Detective. Well, I sure will try my best. The testimony of Hans 1. Yesterday, after dinner, like every ordinary night, the miller went to the pub to pass the time. Elena and I stayed in the mill to watch at the house. We stayed in the room until 11 o'clock, then found out that the miller didn't come back at his usual time. Elena went downstairs to check while I hurried back to my room. But I thought you guys were in your room, okay? It wasn't long before I heard Elena screaming downstairs and the sound of a door being slammed. I went downstairs and saw Elena pale and slumped on the ground. I took her back to the room. She told me off and on about what she saw outside the door. I stayed at her bedside all night to keep her company. Okay, just one question. Is there anything suspicious? Room. Their testimony is contradictory about their room. Obviously, the wording seems to be a little subtle. What about it? Different rooms, just a different testimony. Different rooms, different testimony. Elena said she went to Hans's room to chat with him, but Hans's testimony just now seems to mention went back to my room. It's like one of them forgot their prepared testimony in haste. Mr. Hans, I have a small question. It has nothing to do with the case, more with me being a jealous old soul faced with two young lovers. In which room do you usually date in? Well, in Elena's room. If that were the case, then Elena's testimony contradicts yours. She told me that you two were in your room as usual. Oh, really? She may just be confused by the shock. Or was she so frightened that she forgot the alibi you agreed on in advance? What are you talking about? I don't even know. Hans kept fiddling with his hands, and the fine beads of sweat moistened the short hairs on his forehead. His grey eyes avoided the detective's gaze. Oh, please excuse me, Mr. Hans. It's just my speculation after all. Okay. But I wouldn't choose a partner who gets nervous so easily if I were you. Ah, your hands shake when you're nervous. Can you even grasp the rope with those? The detective could read Hans's tense behavior like a book, and now he needed only a little physical evidence to prove his conjecture. Double take, did you say? Sweet tattoos with chocolate, what? Salty sweet potatoes with chocolate sauce. Interesting. The detective went out to the snowfield where the body had been lowered from the windmill by the servant. Thanks, Katra. Yeah, it's me. I sneeze very loud and I'm trying to make it less. Shame, no, sweetie, it's fine. You sicky. The detective went out. He heard by the servant. The miller's body was spread out in the snow so that anybody could see it. As the detective inspected the now neatly arranged corpse, he couldn't help but grimace. After reprimanding the servant who had carelessly moved the body, he went to investigate it. Scene investigations. Please click the place you want to investigate on the picture to collect evidence. Detective looked closely at his face. He was scared by the dead miller's twisted face, even though it wasn't his first time seeing a body. The miller's wide, open eyes were growing cloudy and lifeless. His wrinkles were getting clearer due to his stiff facial muscles. His mouth stayed shut, but silent fear still escaped from them. He had been greatly frightened. The miller's fur remained fluffy, with no sign of strangle marks. He put on his gloves and put aside the miller's coat and revealed his thick fur. He could feel the liquefying fat under the miller's skin. The miller looked quite plump thanks to his wealthy life. Is this even related to the case? Don't add so many... Is this even related to the case? Don't add so many pointless details to the case. Who knows? Perhaps it may be relevant somehow. Okay. The detective looked at his cold fingers and found grey fur inside his nails, which matched his own fur colour. Under the miller's fur on his chest were scratches. The miller's ankle was tied with a safety rope, cheap but reliable. The knot was a hangman's noose. And now he plans to sell us rope. And now he plans to sell us rope. I'm not a merchant. He got up and finished the search. Now he knew what had happened. And now let's put the pieces back together. Wait, there's still a lot of questions to be solved. Didn't you take notes for the evidence? Take a good look. It seems that the main problems with this case lie in the cause of the miller's death, the weapon that killed him, and whether he was murdered, and the killer's motive. The process of how the case happened is also noteworthy. If it is impossible to confirm the sequence of events, we should focus on the factors that change with time, such as weather. Quick Q&A. Please click the mobile icon to answer questions. Okay. That's weapon. What is your opinion on the murder weapon? Copstone Roulette. Hey Tapes! Welcome! What's your opinion on the murder weapon? What is the murder weapon? It's not a knife, it's not twine, because there's no marks. Even stone would have left an impression, so then it has to be shock. Maybe it was an invisible weapon. Interesting. How about murdering him with the shock which was caused by a sudden drop? Not everyone would be so easily scared as you are. But anyone would be shocked if they were hung without any preparation, let alone a drunk, overweight miller. Indeed, I suppose the sudden death could be possible because of those external factors. Seems like this time the detail wasn't just to add dramatic flair. Of course, every detail is necessary. So why do you take nearly half an hour to describe the suspects? Shh. Oh, sorry, Krastos. Dragging these nuts. I knew you were gonna finish it, man. Okay, so we've got modus operandi. What is the process of the crime? Deductive reasoning. Arrange the occurrences chronologically from top to bottom by dragging the chips to each position. Okay, the rope left a circular mark on the ground. The suspect lifted the miller into the air. The suspect tied the rope to the miller's neck. The suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The suspect ran away after committing the crime. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect burned down the wooden wedge. Okay, so I think this one be first. Okay, so there's only space for 5, and there's 7 stuff. It was definitely not on the neck, so this one's not. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. Suspect lifted the miller to the air, and the suspect burned down the wooden wedge. That's bad. Seems right. Luck may have been a component, but it's not impossible. Sorry, let me see what's going on in chat. I had to. Well, odd combo, is it good? I sound like a goose. I don't know, but I do know that dark chocolate sauce on steak is amazing. I have not tried that. I don't think I want to try that because I don't want to eat steak.
It's really good.
I don't want to eat steak.
No, that's fine.
Better than Krillin, darling. Rasta, sorry, man, forgot to tell you potato and chicken are my favorite food. Right, mutton is also up there. No, that's interesting sounding. Still talking about food. Okay. Alright, let's talk about the motive then. First of all, we already established that the miller got along well with all the villagers. So what could the motive for the murder be? What's the possible motive? Like, I want to say money is the root of all evil, but I don't think. I think more family conflict. No, motive is food is good. I'm gonna say family. Right? I'm gonna be thinking the same thing. Okay. Could it be his daughter? It seems that he got along with his daughter well. Did you not check out the evidence yet? It does seem to fit. Well, in some cases, the criminals pretend to be in a good relationship before they end up murdering someone out of rage. I doubt the crime scene would be so tidy. Maybe the people there were just lucky to have such simple lives. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna go with money. What if someone owed him a massive amount of money but was unable to pay back? Noticed the miller was drunk that night and... I doubt it. Given what we know, he would likely not do such an outrageous thing. Also, the people outside the mall did not act suspiciously on that day. I see. Trying to suggest I'm overcharging you, am I? Are you? You really think I'd say something like that? Okay, personal grudge. Could it be a personal enmity between the miller and a villager? It could happen that the miller was drunk that night, so someone... I disagree. He had a good reputation in town, and the people outside the mall did not act suspiciously on that day. I see. It is possible if all the villagers lied. Okay. Gooby. The miller wouldn't allow the relationship between his daughter and the apprentice. You mean someone murdered him so the pair could be together? It's unnecessary to kill him because of a disagreement, though. So that means something recently happened to provoke the culprit into killing the miller quickly. Then the entire identity of the criminal is obvious. Even so, there's no need to kill him. Sorry. Who is the culprit? I think it's obvious now. The criminal is... I think it's either Hans or both of them. I'm gonna say both of them. It was both of them. Yep, they share the common benefit and operation of the trap needs cooperation. Then the whole picture of this case is crystal clear. How come you're so excited since you aren't the one who solves the puzzle? I'm just excited to see you work, okay? So the whole story of the case is... Case playback. The miller was a nice guy, but he was particularly picky about his daughter's relationships, especially her relationship with his apprentice. But even he couldn't stop her love from blossoming. The two young people seized every moment they got together. Sorry, I'm seeing... Got that stone, send you a clip. What clip is we? Copstones everywhere. Two young people seized every moment they got to be together. And this situation had been going on for a while. As eager as they were to be open with their relationship, they couldn't bear the miller's denial of their love any longer. All of a sudden, the miller made an important decision. That is... The miller betrothed his daughter. The miller had picked out a satisfactory candidate among his daughter's suitors and announced his decision to her. The miller had thought he arranged a good marriage. Naturally, his special generosity made his acquaintances at the tavern extremely enthusiastic, which is why they decided to kill the miller that night. The lovers were supposed to escape that night after they finished the deed, but the heavy snow and another accident forced them to change their plan. After the miller went out, Hans tied the noose with the safety rope and lowered it down from the third floor maintenance gondola. By the way, the noose is the method used to hang murderers. The original plan may have been for Elena to meet the miller on the first floor and put the knot hanging from the windmill around his neck. Then Elena sent a signal to Hans and let him know to pull up the rope and hang the miller. But even the calmest people make costly mistakes when they kill for the first time. At about 10 o'clock, Hans, whose hands shook when he got nervous, lost his grip on the rope and dropped the knot in the snow, leaving the circular imprint. Elena, who had just opened the door and was ready to greet her father, saw the noose fall to the ground. She probably wanted to warn Hans to take it back, but the miller was already close by. It would attract the miller's attention if the rope was pulled back up. The murder attempt should have failed by that point, but by sheer coincidence, the miller took a wrong step that changed the whole thing. The miller stepped into the ring. I think he stepped into the ring. He stepped into the noose by accident. At that time, Hans had just grasped the rope outside the maintenance gondola. When the miller's paw moved forward in the snow, the rope was pulled. Hans felt the pull and instinctively pulled up the rope according to the original plan, pulling the miller up by his ankle. The miller fell on the snow before he was pulled in the air, leaving messy marks in front of his footprints as well as he struggled. Hans hung the miller in the air, dared not let go of the rope, and let him struggle in the air. After a while of struggling and cursing, the face of the miller changed from red to purple. As more and more blood rushed to his head, his movements became weaker and weaker until they stopped. Elena and Hans wanted to escape after this comedy of success, but finally decided to disguise the scene as if the miller had accidentally died and planned their testimonies. After all, as long as they could get rid of the suspicious murder, they could inherit the mill. The reward for taking such a risk was extremely good. Hans tied the safety rope to the maintenance gondola, pretending that the miller had tied the rope himself. However, it had snowed by that time. The rope tied to the fence pushed the snow off. Therefore, there was no snow on the right side. He also struck a wooden wedge in the windmill gear that made the windmill stop spinning. The distant villagers saw the windmill stopped. They would naturally think that the miller accidentally fell and died while repairing the windmill. The morning the detective arrived was sunny and windless. The windmill wouldn't spin even without the wooden wedge stuck in. This was his chance to throw the wedge into the bread stove and destroy the evidence. Then all he needed to do was just go back to the room and wait until dawn. If you don't look closely at the scene, you would think that the miller died by accident. A coincidental murder with a crime scene that would be easily disguised. It was almost a perfect crime. I suppose the detective who performed the first investigation came to the same conclusion. At least I'm better than him. At least you managed to figure it out. I'll take that as a compliment. It's late. Looks like there won't be any more customers tonight, so I'm going to close up for the night. If you need anything, please come to the 3rd floor to find me. Simon gave me and Elegant the room keys, closed the tavern and went upstairs. Then perhaps it's time for me to go upstairs. I dare not risk being locked out by Simon if it's too late. There are 3 beds in the attic. Simon usually has 2 beds for himself, so he can have enough space to stretch his limbs. The 3rd bed is usually rented at a low price to acquaintances who need accommodation on a tight budget, such as Anzogs. Elegant and I sat at the same round table, staring at each other silently. Is there anything else you'd like to do tonight? Let's talk to Elegant. I want to talk more with Elegant. She is very interesting. Before I could move, Elegant moved the chair to get closer. Actually, the puzzle's not complete yet, isn't it? Whether it's the murderer, the motive, or the method of committing the crime, they are all solved. Is there something else? Of course, the judgment. That doesn't matter, does it? Detectives can use their authority to influence the outcome of the case. For example, if it was intentional homicide, negligent homicide, or just an unfortunate accident. What a detective says will, in the end, determine the judgment. You're wrong. Every detective that earns his position will share his loyalty to the truth. And that same truth is also determined by the detective, is it not? For example, in this case, do you believe that they killed the miller by accident? Or did they kill the miller intentionally? What if they just wanted to intimidate the miller into cancelling the engagement? What is your judgment? If I were the detective, I would tell the villagers. If this was supposed to just scare him, they would have let him loose. When they saw that he was struggling and his face turned like red and stuff. So I don't think this was an accidental death. But it's difficult to say without, because I mean, there's 3 versions of a story. Their version, my version, and the actual version. So, but I'm going to say homicide. I would say it's murder. Is that not too arbitrary? The aim was to stop the engagement, which is not enough to kill for. I think it's enough. Killing isn't something that needs special reasons. Even the most trivial things can drive someone to kill. Besides, the way they committed the crime, I think they just failed in their original plan, then chose another way. Perhaps. I finished the rest of my beer. Oh, great detective, you really can drink a lot. It's not like I'm downing liquor. It doesn't matter if I have a cup or 2. I pointed to the cider that she only had a sip from in front of her. After hearing your reasoning just now, it's definitely not something a drunkard could come up with. Then I'll take it as a compliment. By the way, a quick tip for you. I approached her and said, your clothes look a bit out of place in a tavern. Everyone's got to notice a teetotaling nun in the middle of a group of drunks. If you're planning to stay here, I'm afraid you'll just end up scaring away the target of your investigation. Hidden nerve there. I see. An amateur mistake on my part. Elegant hesitated for a while, then turned to look at me. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, you're welcome. So it turned out that you really are investigating something here. I guess I'm right. You're not entirely wrong, but now it's too late to change my clothes. I think I have to think about how to play this afterward. Elegant, who had been confident until now, seemed to become nervous as she gazed at the reflection in her mug. When you have a moment, I'd like to find some time to hear what you're actually doing here. It's late, I'm going to bed. Good night. I said goodbye to Elegant and went upstairs to my room. My room was first on the right. Unsurprisingly, Tan was already cleaned the guest rooms impeccably. Maybe I was too drunk. I kicked off my boots, flopped on the bed, and almost dreaming when I touched a pillow. So do you also think it's intentional homicide?
Murder.
Mm.
Yeah, it's too weird. Like, why would he step in a thing like that? They would have known where he would have walked. Like, it doesn't seem like an
There would be
accident.
other ways to scare him
Yeah.
if they just wanted to
Well,
get
they
the
could, if
engagement
they
off.
are doing it that way, they could have just beat the crap out of him.
They could have just run away
Yeah.
and eloped.
Yeah.
Okay. In my dreams, I could hear a voice coming from downstairs. The sound reverberated through the empty hall as if I were lying in the cradle when I was a child, hearing my mother hum an unknown lullaby. By the tune of the music, had a kind of disharmony that was distinctly sinister, sort of like when you open your eyes only to find your cradle dangling off the edge of a cliff. The strange midnight music was unsettling, like something dark and ominous was about to spring out of the shadows and grab me. Do you want to go downstairs and have a look? Well, I know the first rule of horror movies, and I think I'm gonna break it. Let's go downstairs and have a look. It's a little creepy, but it's not good enough to just ignore it. I can't sleep anyway. I climbed out of bed and took my dagger out of the inner pocket of my coat. Moving carefully with the dagger behind my back, I slowly cracked the door open. When I pushed the door hinge let out a loud squeak. I hadn't noticed the noise before I went to sleep, but given how quiet it was at the moment, any sound would seem magnified a million times. The music downstairs stopped. I locked the door and sat in bed until it stopped. I didn't hear any other noises that night. Sorry, I'm just taking a hydrate break. My voice is a bit dry. There we go. Alright. Day 2, 24 December 1285. For the rest of the night, I slept comfortably and dreamlessly. First day of my holiday. Looks like I get to spend my Christmas holiday with a half-mad bard and a mysterious adventurer in a tavern in the middle of nowhere, and eat nothing but vegetarian dishes all day long. Truly, such extravagance would make even the Pope himself jealous. There was a thick layer of snow on the windowsill, but it was sunny outside. I held the handrail of the stairs and went down slowly. I could hear the sound of the wooden cups knocking on the tables from the hall, and the smell of barley spread through the fire-warmed air. Sure enough, more guests came as soon as it was sunny. Finally up, eh? God, it must be nice to have a cushy smart guy job where you don't have to wake up before dawn. Oh, come on. I only get to sleep late during the holidays. I scratched my disheveled hair a few times. Yanis, why are you here so early? The dock's completely frozen. It's either be bored at home or come drinking at the tavern. He reached out and clasped hands with me, squeezing tight. Ugh, what the hell? I still need that hand, you know. Maybe you should exercise a bit more. You're not. How are you going to catch criminals if you can't even handle a handshake? Ernest slapped me on the shoulder as he spoke. Easy. I'm just messing with you. So you're going to stay here during the Christmas holiday? I figured someone like you would go on a trip or something. Sorry if this is coming out as a Scottish accent or Irish accent. That was not my intention. Oh, well, I can't travel with these injuries. I think you broke something important. Maybe I should put you out of your misery then. No thanks. If you pat me to death, you'll just ruin Tarzan's business. Ernest grinned and raised a hand as Tarzan poked his head out of the kitchen. Remember, Ernest, if you keep messing around, I'll throw you out. Hey, never blame me. Yeah, enjoy the look. I'll give you some hearts. You look. And I can do something else. There we go. Alright. If you keep messing around, I'll throw you out. Not everyone here is as big, buff and tough as you, sailor. For example, Peter. Hey, don't look down on me. Peter slapped his hands on the table and stood up. But it's true. I mean, I've never seen Ernest lay a finger on you. That's because he knows he can't mess with me. Really? Want to take me on, Fluffy? Come on. No, I don't want to end up losing control or breaking you in half. Either do it or shut up. Well, it's not like my body's weaker than yours. Alright, there are some things that don't have to be forced. Ugh, why must different races be so different? At least everyone is the same in a legal sense. What's the use? I don't need to deal with criminals every day like you. The law is unequal, and it's my business, and it is my business. Besides, what else is the same in a legal sense? Booze money and room charges. Those aren't even legally mandated. That's just you being an opportunist. Speaking of opportunist, hey Kane, did you find another job yet? Well, a few days ago, the cook at the small restaurant nearby quit because of a low salary. I figured I'd go and try my luck. I mean, it's a long shot, given how many times I've been canned in the past. Maybe try and get a hold of your temper. No one will dare hire you if you have another attack. If you could control your temper, maybe Tarzan will hire you as a kitchen assistant in the busy season. Look, if keeping my temper was as easy as you said, then I wouldn't have gotten kicked out of so many. It's okay. Nobody in this world is perfect. I'd better comfort him a bit, or he'll end up blowing up later. I just want everything to go smoothly this time. Kane started to drink alone. It seemed that everyone hasn't changed much. It's the same as last year when I couldn't get a case and spend a lot of time in taverns. Ah, the good old days. Sure, being broke and staring at an empty wallet hurt, but in the company of my friends, life didn't seem to be so sad. What should I do now? Oh my goodness. Map. Talk. Let me see the character. Okay, so Ernest, a shark, he works as a porter at the wharf. Peter Rabbit, a rabbit working as a farmer. He is a good drinker, although Tarzan frowns when he orders stewed carrot. Kane, a buffalo, recently found his 8th job in a nearby restaurant. He works as a cook. Tends to break things when he gets angry. Okay. Let's see what the map is all about. Okay, so this is the hall. This is up. Kitchen, cellar, toilet. Okay. How do I... Up. As a matter of fact, I don't know in which room Elegant is using. I should ask Tarzan. Sorry, Tarzan. How do I close this map? Oh. Let's continue the chat in the lobby. Okay, talk. Maybe I should get a cup of ale to soothe my throat before I start talking too much. Okay. I'm a little thirsty. Maybe just one more drink. I squeezed behind the counter and grabbed the mug and slipped into the cellar. Wait a moment. I'd better ask Sanan first. I raised the board that separated the counter and the hall and squeezed through the narrow passage. Sometimes I wonder how Sanan can cram himself into such a small space. I poked my head through the curtain. Sanan was busy washing the dishes, but stopped and turned to me. What's the matter, Roman? I'm a bit thirsty after chatting all morning. Mind if I help myself to some ale? Okay, just remember to turn off the tap. I took a mug from under the counter and slipped into the cellar. After filling my mug, I took a sip and considered my next course of action. Ale, the lubricant of both minds and tongues. I raised the board that separated the counter and the hall and squeezed through the narrow passage. Tannen was cleaning dishes. What's the matter, Roman? Elegant is still staying here, right? I wonder which room is hers. The 3rd room to the right. Thanks. Let's first go back to the hall. Let's continue the chat in the lobby. Alright. Enjoy the wrapping. You enjoy the lurk, Katrina. I'm just going to save you for now and then go back. Okay, so who are you talking to? Well, Ernest was the first one to talk to me, so let's talk to him. I took my mug and sat opposite Ernest. Before you start, I'll pass on the shoulder smack. Sorry. Ernest, half standing, took his hand back and slowly scratched his hand embarrassingly. Hey, sorry, old habits and such. It's just a friendly greeting is all. That's one way to put it, I guess. Looking to chat or something? I'm a little curious about how life by the sea is like. Life by the sea? It's nothing special. You know how most folks like you visit the sea on holiday? It's kind of like the opposite for us. It's nice to get someplace far away from the brine and constant motion. Us sea folk are so used to the terrifying waves of the sea, it's kind of relaxing to enjoy the inland life for a while. After all, it's not like the earth will rise up out of the blue and swallow your house and everyone in it. That's not impossible. Haven't you heard of earthquakes? Ah, but the sea is like that all the time. Earthquakes happen only so every so often. Aren't you a big tough sailor? Why do you fear the waves so much? No. The expression on Ian's face froze suddenly. You don't understand. Looking to chat or something? Why not Seaside Tavern? Aren't you satisfied with the taverns near the docks? Why come all the way to the White Star instead? Have you been to those taverns over there? I came in and I had a look when I was handling a case. And then you saw the fish hooks and the fishing nets. They hang out the back wall behind the counter. You're scared of the fish hooks? You would be too if you were a shark. Okay, nothing for now. It seems like you didn't drink enough, so you ran out of talking material, hey? Let's see, Peter. I sat across from Peter at his table. Peter looked up at me. Oh man, don't you think there's such a thing as true fairness? Still struggling with the same problem, eh? Compared to a lot of places in the world, Apollyon is pretty fair. Where else could you see so many different species being friendly in the same tavern? This place is the exception, not the rule. There are dozens of restaurants and taverns in the capital which only serve meat-eating mammals. Although it's forbidden by law, they always have ways to avoid it. They just tell the inspectors that, wonder of wonders, there were no herbivore customers that day, or the day's special just happens to be grilled veal. You know, most of the inspectors are carnivores too. So, even if the reasons are just bold-faced lies, they can still get away with it. There are so many injustices in life. Why do we pretend not to see them? Apollyon is still young and things take time to change. Not everyone has the time to wait. I took my mug and sat down opposite Kane. It looked like Kane didn't notice me as he scooped up a spoonful of stew and watched it dribble back into the bowl. I can't blame Sonnen. What? Stopping his hands, Kane looked up to me. Nothing. I just feel Sonnen's cooking skill. I don't think it's not bad. Indeed, this vegetable stew is excellent, by the standards of a carnivore. And the carnivores won't taste anything weird. I don't want to sound like a herbivore supremacist or anything, but I still think that it's better to leave cooking vegetable dishes to people like us. I could almost hear the radishes in this stew screaming from the mistreatment. Our relationship isn't that bad, is it? Of course. Then, if I ask you a sensitive question, you won't get angry at me. How could I be angry with you? What is it? Well, do you have some unique feelings when you cook steaks? You have no idea how many carnivores ask me that same question. What do you think about wolves? The ones that walk on 4 legs, I mean. There was a stuffed wolf head as a wall hanging in my own house. But other than that, I don't have much of an opinion. If you're fine with a stuffed wolf head, then I'm fine with cooking steaks. After all, It's not like the meat came from someone I knew. I sat by Angus and held my cup. What's the matter? Come up with any new songs recently? And socks. Heard any new songs recently? Yes. Sounds good. The fee is 1 silver seed, please. You're greedier than Son. What do you think about Elegant? Well, she doesn't seem fond of idle chit-chat. And since when do nuns show up in taverns? Maybe she's looking for some wayward souls to shame or something. Could it be that Anselx might know why Elegant? Maybe Tarnan asked her to come over to sing Christmas carols. Never mind. Nothing special. Well, you're welcome to take a seat and have a drink with me. Who are you talking to? Stop chatting for now. Let's go up. Elegant. I knocked on the door of the 3rd room on the right. Who is it? It's me, Roman. Is something the matter? Are you there? No. Get to the point. Just wanted to ask a quick question. Huh? Elegant opened the door and stood there, looking at me expectantly. Her hand didn't leave the doorknob. I wanted to know why you dressed like that. I asked in a low voice. Do you wonder about the reason which I dress like this? Or you're questioning the motive? Why not both? Elegant stepped away a bit, leaving enough room for me to squeeze through the door sideways. Not sure if I should try, her body language and expression suggest she wasn't looking for company. Would you rather stand at my door and speak? You are aware of recent arrivals downstairs, are you not? She moved back further. I slipped into the room and she shut the door behind me. They're regulars here. Decent people. You don't need to be worried about them. They may be decent individuals at this place, but that does not mean that they are so outside of it. You have already seen through my disguise, so I feel no need to hide. The same cannot be said of them. As of this moment, the only ones I trust are Tarnan and you. Oh, I didn't realize I was included. It's an honor. Given your relationship with Tarnan, I can trust you. For now. I'd make for an excellent ally. There is no great reason why I'm here. I got a big job in the last tavern. I don't suppose you're willing to share next time? Only if you accept a 90-10 split for the fee. Do I get the 90? Elegant cleared her throat and continued. Are you familiar with the Cathedral of St. Isaac? What's that? A cathedral under the Rimp Diocese, currently under construction in the capital. 12 years ago there was a disaster when one of the central pillars collapsed. The noble brothers who were supervising the construction site, the elder is called Brando and the youngest name is Jonathan, were buried under the rubble. According to the reports of one of the junior clergy to the local abbot, the collapse was caused by the brothers, who had lined their pockets by using substandard materials and cheating the workers. So, the story proved to be the perfect tool to persuade others to donate. After all, everyone fears the... I think I missed one. Let me just see here. No, I did not. After all, everyone fears the punishment of God. People are willing to give up everything, anything, as long as they can avoid the flames of hell. According to the reports of one of the junior clergy, well, so I'm guessing you were hired to investigate further? Yes. Now that I have settled in, I plan to insinuate myself into the cathedral. Your client didn't tell you to come to White Star, did they? Of course, travellers and mercenaries tend to stop at taverns such as these as they travel. You know as well as I that the tavern rumour mill is awash with contacts and ways to exchange information. But why spend so much money investigating a closed case about something involving the church? That's neither my problem nor my concern. Take the job, perform the job, take the payment. Anything else is immaterial. I do not concern myself with any secrets my client may have. Elegant turned and opened the door. It seemed like she was counting my questions as immaterial as well. Elegant turned and looked back at me, waiting silently. Well, sorry to bother you. I left quickly and sensibly. The door shut behind me with a click. The attic was Tsarnen's room, though Anzox was also living there temporarily. There weren't any stairs between the third floor and the attic, only a ladder that went up and down. The ladder was usually pulled up into the attic, but you could use the rope connected to the top ladder by a pulley to bring it down. The rope, which was set between the second and the third room on the left, dangled loosely. The ladder would drop if someone pulled the rope in order to get upstairs. I really shouldn't enter Tsarnen's room without permission. There's no one in the corridor, okay? I'll go to the restroom and comb my hair. Okay, let's see. I'll wet my hands, pose for a better angle, and comb my hair carefully in the mirror. Falling grey hairs fluttered down like snow from my scalp, eventually landing in a wash basin. Shedding season had already passed, obviously. Even those failing hairs had regrown in the winter. Maybe I should take care of myself better next time I get busy. The last thing I need to do is look terrible in front of clients. I raised the board. Okay, he's going to the kitchen again. I need one more drink. Here you are. Okay, he's getting another drink. Going around, talk. I want to see if he has more. Your favorite one. Well, what sort of alcohol do you get? For me? Well, if we're talking ordinary alcohol, I prefer ale. Though this stuff's a little bland. Bland? Sarnan doesn't mix his stuff with water. That's not what I mean. Most ale is bland compared to the strongest stuff I've ever drank. What's that? A while back I ate some stale mussels and the worst stomach ache for 3 days. The doctor gave me the stuff called the water of life. I got healthy again as soon as I drank that, and the taste was so strong. It was like you took the entire barrel of ale and just distilled it down into a single pint glass. Just concentrated the hell out of it. Pity the doctor didn't give me more. It was so damned expensive. Okay, so let's have lunch. I'll see the clip later. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that Kane decided to bust into my kitchen and, quote, show you idiots what actual vegetable stew is like. Luckily for you guys, he cooked the stew before I managed to hurl him out into the street. Bad news, today's lunch is vegetable stew. That's fine, I've given up anyway. Anyway, bon appetit. I stirred the stew with my spoon, and the thick soup swirled slowly in the bowl. Ionis was holding the bowl to his face and dumping the liquid into his open maw. That really can't be a healthy way to eat anything. Kane ate his masterpiece contentedly without any hesitation, while glancing at me secretly from time to time. I lowered my head immediately and had a few bites. It's nice to relax by the fire in the afternoon. The snow was falling again outside, so Tsanen needed to sweep the snowflakes which had blown from the doorway. Wait, did I miss something again? Nope. The snow heaped in the street and muffled all sound, like when you block up your ears with soft cotton. Everything bad or unpleasant, from outside the speech to bad idea, is muffled by the snow. The slightly sweet scent of fresh air, chilled by the winter cold, lingers on the nose. The wind, heavy with floating snow, tapped the wooden door enough that a band of sunlight could shine through the gap and across the wall. Suddenly the door swung open. It's so cold. Can I get something to warm me up? A fluffy white fur dragon staggered in, dragging a suitcase that was almost as big as he was, and leaning on a cane. What's a child doing out in the snow like this? Well, hurry up, boy, come in and have a rest. Don't call me a boy. Would a child be carrying this? He produced a medical license from his pocket and brandished it up at Tsanen like a dagger. Tsanen frowned as he read it. Oh, my apologies, Master Doctor. Please forgive my rudeness. The last thing I need is to freeze to death before I get back to my clinic. Just be waiting for the snow to calm down. Of course. Please warm yourself by the fire. I'll carry your things. Tsanen tried to lift the suitcase, then let out a labored groan as he shifted it. What in God's name? So heavy. The dragon took off his thick and heavy coat, climbed into the chair opposite me and reclined with a sigh full of contentment. Greetings. I'm Thrivey, a physician by trade. He rose slightly and stretched out his right hand. I returned the handshake. Roman, it's a pleasure. I'll be your patient in the future. Maybe I'll be your patient in the future. His lips convulsed slightly. I hope that day never comes. His hands were covered with white fur from the palm to the back of his hands. The stray snowflakes which he brought from outside were melting on his fur. He looked like he fit right in with some of Tsanen's faintings. Now then, where in blazes am I? I never pass by here. The only reason I managed to spot this place was the lamp outside. This is the White Star Tavern. The White Dragon looked at me with confusion. The Vela District. Vela District? My word! Well, I hadn't expected to get quite so lost. He shrugged his shoulders and looked around. Just then the door shook violently and gave the blizzard access to the inside of the room. The falling snowflakes flew up and down with the invading storm. At the same time, someone cursed loudly in the cellar. Mind your language, there's a Oh, fuck off, I'm not a child. The gale howled outside. If someone were to go out there now, he'd be mad or suicidal. Normally, shutting the door was an easy task, but became much harder than usual in this situation. The snow from the crack whirled across my nose and eyes. I shut the door with all my strength and then found a chair to block it up. Phew! As I moved to sit back down, the door hinges creaked loudly as someone rattled the knob. What the? Oh, hell! There was a hyena lying there, wrapped in a thin hooded robe. This is a tavern. Please may I humbly ask for shelter and a warm hearth? May I stay? He crawled to his feet in embarrassment as I shrugged as an answer and pointed to the cellar, just as another crash echoed from within. I'm not the boss. I can't call the shots. Perhaps the owner will show some kindness and not hurl me out into the street. He took off the robe on the back of a chair, and then kicked back and leaned heavily. The partially suspended chair groaned under the pressure. Sorry to keep you waiting, eh? Going so soon, Doctor? Son stood in the doorway to the cellar with the mugs of ale in his hands as Thrivey was getting up from the chair. I'm not feeling well and I want to find a place to rest. Do you have any available rooms? How strange. Thrivey looked fine just a few seconds ago, but now he looks pale and weak. Let me think. I haven't cleaned the other rooms yet. Otherwise, I can offer you the space I have in the attic. Thrivey walked to the stairs quickly, politely refusing the cup Simon offered. Thank you, but I'm a little queasy at the moment. My stomach it's a bit too delicate for alcohol. Well, no need to waste such fine ale. Simon stared in surprise as the hyena plucked the mug from his hand without any hesitation and intended to drink. Hold on. You're a friar, aren't you? Perhaps he's also a pretender like Elegant. Don't bother with such rigid rules. This is far nobler not waste the gifts granted by God. Well, how should I address you? Simon crossed out a whole line on the bill with his pencil and then added a few words. It seems like you don't go to church on weekends, or you would know my name. I would go, but seeing as I'm the only one working in this tavern, I don't have much chance. Excuse me. With a slight frown, Simon turned back and quickly retreated into the kitchen. I suppose that he would stay there for a long time. Oh, I just remembered I have something important to do. What else is more important than rescuing your soul, my child? Come now, stay. At that moment, I touched the stair railing. The hyena had pinned my hand with a smile. The blink of the symbol cross hung on his chest was dazzling. Well, so much for escaping. What's your name? I believe I've never seen your face before in my church. I'm not from this parish. That doesn't matter. Even though we are from different parishes, all of us are in the same family. I am Father Heron. Nice to meet you. I stretched out 3 fingers and gingerly took his hand. I'm Roman. Nice to... He interrupted me before I could get a word in edgewise and began his speech without pause, gesturing towards me excitedly. Tell me, child, do you know where we will go after death? I'm sure you never think about that. How to settle your audience to sleep. Step 1. Ask a question and answer it yourself. He let go of my hand and I quickly climbed the stairs. Thrivey was standing in the corridor and staring blankly up at the ceiling. Surely there's some way to... Here, leave it to me. I went and I tied the knot, step by step. The white dragon watched as I untied the strings from the wooden handle quietly beside me. Okay, I got it. Next step is just... I put the ropes down step by step and the ladder dropped slowly with a squeak from the pulleys. Finally the ladder descended between us. Ah, so that's the trick. Thank you. It seemed like you're familiar with this place. I am a regular customer, so I know a few things about this place. The white dragon caught hold of the handrail of the ladder and tried his best to climb up the very steep steps. The spacing of the ladder rungs was suitable for someone of Tsarnen's size, so it was a little large for him. What? It just feels like it ends off abruptly sometimes. The nightstand was half opened. I moved quickly, pulling open the drawer and began searching. My wallet was still there, as were my magnifying glasses in their fleece bag. The evidence case from the crime scene. I rummaged through the sundries I had stored in there, my hand dipping into the drawer. Finally, my finger touched a cold, hard object buried deep among the linens. There it is. I tucked the case back down deep underneath my things and stuffed everything back in the drawer. I quietly cursed the lack of a lock. Cheap bastard Tsarnen must have thought nobody would bother to rob his guests. Imagine that. Nothing was lost, but I know I didn't leave the drawer open. Think, who had access to my room after lunch? Only 2 can be excluded. Who didn't have a chance to enter my room after lunch? Tsarnen managed everything all the time from downstairs, so he didn't have time to go upstairs till now, excluded. Heron, he chatted without stop in front of me since he got here. He may have made a bad impression, but it wasn't him. As for everyone else, I'll need to investigate. I locked the door and went downstairs. Well, what else would you like to order? That's enough. Thank you for the warm hospitality, sir. The lynx who just came in and swept off his thick coat and casually dropped it into Heron's arms as he walked past. What are you doing? Child, I'm not a coat rack. Tsarnen took the coat from Heron's hands and quickly hung it from the progressively more overburdened coat rack. Heron let out an offended huff and walked over to the fireplace and sat down, the fur on his back raised and hackled. The lynx walked towards me as he adjusted his collar, meeting me at the bottom of the stairs. Hello there, you could just call me Vincel. He reached into the pocket of his fancy puffy sleeve topcoat and produced something with a flourish. It was a scroll about the size of a finger, with a smooth-edged paper wrapped around it, a varnished wooden core. Vincel Link, Spices and Herb, Apollyon, 21B King Street, Alatang. That explained a few things. The guy smelled of money. I am Roman, the detective that... Splendid. Mr. Roman, might I take your contact details later? I may have some need of a detective in the future. Well, if you want to. I tucked the scroll into my pocket and wiped the sweat off my hand on the seat. I can provide you with my address once you settled in. I stepped out of the way so Vincel could trot upstairs. Simon followed him with his luggage. People nowadays, Heron was muttering to himself as he turned to me. I believe you said something about the thorns in the road to salvation earlier, Father? You! Heron's words stuck in his throat at the sight of Simon coming downstairs. I'll prepare dinner. Feel free to chat. Simon lifted the curtain and went to the kitchen, leaving me and Heron in the room together alone. I quickly moved, reaching for the easiest excuse to get away from the hyena before he pounced. I'm going to leave an address for him. We're going to talk later. I rushed to the stairs before he could object. Vincel stood at the door to his room. I don't suppose that it's a coincidence that your room is right next to mine, Mr. Vincel? I thought you'd be staying in the suite at the other end of the corridor. The rooms are all the same, my good wolf. It's not as if I have much in the way of luggage. He stepped over the doorway and leaned on in, motioning me over with a constant mild smile. Here you are, just right here. I accepted the sharpened quill and jotted down the address of my office on the paper he gave me. Though I call it an office, it was just the parlour of the flat that I rented. If a client came without a reservation, they'd be shocked by the casual atmosphere there. I didn't always have the time or energy to sweep or clean up after myself. It cost me more than one client's business. He tucked the paper into the pocket where he put the scroll, then gave me a finger wave goodbye. Funny, I had expected something more, like the scent of exotic spices or fancy cologne at least. Or maybe was that just me expecting something more ostentatious? It's snowing heavily out there. Kane tightened the lock and dusted off his hand. You're bloody lucky it's a holiday, so I don't need to hurry going back. Why not stay here until the snow is lighter? Just think of it as being on a case with me. Bugger off, as if anyone could accompany you. I told you not to come when I have my door locked at night. No need to be rude. You'll want to talk. You forgot to buy my drink after that case I helped you with. Alright, okay, I'll treat you soon. What's your poison? Ale? Wine? Of course it's ale. Who is gonna treat someone to some ale? Eunice emerged from the door at the end of the corridor. Are you up to your gills and coins? How come you can pay for the corner suite? Hey, you only pay if you stay the night. That explains it. We walked downstairs one by one. I told you not to come into the kitchen. I'm busy. Simon was leaning out of the kitchen with a stern glare. But my child, isn't the redemption of the soul more? Last I checked, you can't feed customers with redemption. Now stay out. I'm pretty sure you can't just command piety. I took a seat beside Heron. He scooted over to give me some more room. Maybe you should just take it easy for the night. I haven't done my endeavor if I haven't converted anyone. Oh, I have not done my endeavor if I haven't converted anyone. Everyone here is a pious believer. If that were true, you'd be in the pews at Sunday service. I would, just as soon as the criminals stopped committing crimes on Sunday. Crime is merely a symptom of moral wickedness. If more people prayed. Last I checked, Father Heron, praying doesn't solve everything. Indeed, for worldly matters, we must rely on the beneficence of the worldly assistants. Unnoticed, Elegant had already come downstairs and claimed a seat across the table from Heron. Even the most righteous may fall into iniquity and ruin if they casually mingle with those steeped in sin. Then perhaps you should worry more about your own righteousness. After all, you only risk further degeneration, if you casually mingle with us sinners. You want some supper to go along with your moral philosophy? Sarnan slapped 2 bowls of carrot stew in front of me and Heron. The soup sloshed from the bowl and landed on the table. Bon appetit! When he served the stew to Vincel, it was refused by a hasty wave of the hand, so he served the stew to Elegant. Perhaps I've been a bit prickly. You're not the only one. Bon appetit! Do you really have to imitate them? It began to grow dark. Snow piled on the windowsills and in front of the door, and the pavement had all but vanished. Anzac strummed in the snatches of a melody in his corner, just like every bard stuck in an inn by heavy snow. Looks like we have to stay overnight. Do I got time to change to a smaller room so I can save money for ale? Maybe go without ale for tonight? Do you know 2 places without ale? Jail and hell. That's why I come to the tavern. It's the furthest place from both. Ernest took a seat at the bar and moved to scratch the countertop. The change is okay. It's in this kind of weather, every guest counts. Sarnan slid a mug to Ernest across the counter. Drink up, but scratch my bar and I'll take it out of your hide. Knock. Hello? A muffled voice came from behind the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone in there? Continual knocks came through the wind to the snow-buried door, attracting everyone's attention. The snow was piled up high as my hips. Who would be knocking at this time of night? Everyone kept silent. Ernest moved in front of the candle to hide it. Please, our carriage is stuck in the snow. How many of you are there? Sarnan opened the partition and squeezed himself from behind the counter. He kept his left hand concealed in his coat. 3. Please, we have money. We just want somewhere we can pass the night. I can see only one. Sarnan grimaced and then cracked the door to peek out. My master and mistress are still in the carriage. Come on in then. Sarnan pushed the door wider allowing a thin figure to stagger inside with a gust of snow. Thank God, the wheels were stuck in the snow and our horse's panic had broke the legs. If we hadn't seen the light of the tavern, I don't know what we would have done. Thank me later. I'll go and rescue the other two. I'll give you a hand. Tarnan and Eunice took their coats and went out of the door. Through Eunice's long coat, though Eunice's coat didn't seem to fit him well. Phew, is there any way I can warm myself? The goat patted the snow off his coat and shuffled over to the fireplace. I'm surprised you made it this far, the way you're shivering. It's too cold for being near the capital. Ridiculous. By the way, my name is Sharon. I'm Roman. Nice to meet you. I didn't feel comfortable shaking the hand of someone trembling so hard. I didn't feel comfortable shaking the hand of someone trembling so hard. Luckily, he seemed more focused on warming his hands by the fire. The door swung open heavily as Tsanen guided two people wrapped in thin clothes inside. He left them by the fireplace to pour ale for them. Here you are. Drink and warm yourselves. Eunice carried the luggage in and returned to his overly tight coat back to the coat rack, which I then noticed was actually my coat. Jerk. I'll admit, I doubt my place will meet your usual standards. Any port in a storm, as they say. Merci beaucoup. Just take it easy. I will try to accommodate you as best I can. May I know your names, please? Lunik. Marquis Lunik Harlock. And this is my wife, Solar. A grey-furred wolf emerged from underneath the cloak. Snow clung to his messy but glossy fur, and amber-orange eyes landed on me. I wonder if you remember me. Oui, certainly. You are the detective who resolved a crucial case for us, monsieur. Roman. Oh yes, Roman. Pardon. It almost slipped out of my memory. He turned back to take off his wife's cloak before handing both to his servant goat. Sean caught the two cloaks and stood aside like a living coat rack. I guess nobles have short memories. Your room is ready. It's not exactly the suite in the capital, but it's clean and tidy. No need to mention, they must be staying in the double suite at the end of the corridor. Thank you. I simply must get out of these shoes. Sean, I think the glue of my heels came loose from the snow melt. Sanson walked ahead with a suitcase in each hand and a candle held by his tail. The Marquis and the Marquise followed him up. Kane watched them go upstairs from his seat at the counter, fiddling with his pendant. Seems Kane's pendant had never been apart from him, though the colour and scratches on it meant it wouldn't be worth much. Sanan came back downstairs. Is there anyone here who doesn't have a room? Like me? Oh, forgive me, father. Well, I have a nice big room left over for the Marquis' servant. Heron's pout was so intense it was almost audible. As I'm sure the warriors of God must keep away from worldly pleasure which weakens them. That includes staying overnight in the inn's big suite. I suppose that is indeed the case. So I think it's all right. Vincel and Thrivey came downstairs one after another. Thrivey walked straight to the counter and took a seat beside Kane, and earnest and started reading a book like he was in his own little world. Before I could notice, Kane had plucked the pendant off his neck and strode upstairs. The pendant swung about, string of it twined between his index and finger and thumb. I do say, it's gotten much more lively, hasn't it? We don't usually have a packed house this late. Anyone can care for a game? Simon took a length of blue flannel from under the counter and spread it on the table. If you have any objections to gambling, you can go upstairs and play by yourselves. Sean stood there at the table, looking longingly at the flannel before cleaning his throat. I must attend to my master and mistress. Good evening. Are you just going to go, or are you going to join us? Oh yes, I'm coming. I sat by the makeshift card table. Sanan pulled out 4 cards and put them in a line. Let's have a simple game to warm up. What about guessing the sweets? No problem. I've picked out 4 cards with different sweets. Liangle, Blade, Chalice, Garen. So Liangle, Blade, Chalice, Garen. Liangle, Garen. Okay? I hope so. Let's start. Alright. First, guess which one is Liangle. 1 to 4. I picked the first card, it was not the Liangle. Seems you're wrong. Now let's guess which one is the Blade. Oh my goodness. Okay, they do change. After 2 rounds, my cash had run dry. Aaron concentrated his attention on watching the gambling. Even I couldn't tell if he was watching critically or just to enjoy. Let me refill my wallet, then it's time for a showdown. Monica didn't have a chance. It was too easy a victory. Fleeing to lick your wounds, detective? Gloat all you like, Anzacs. I'll be back to clean you out. Ooh. Poor luck. Elegant was at the stairs. She raised her veil and smirked at me. What do you want? If it's not important, I've got a card game waiting for me. It is, and it's an important matter. She stepped back to the wall and backed away to the door of her room and opened the door. Is the mysterious act necessary? Very necessary. She shut the door behind me. Doing well? Are you still wearing a bell? What? Never mind. Before she could speak the whole sentence, bang. With a crunching sound, bang. The second one, bang. The third one echoed in the tavern with a hoarse roar. What on earth? Don't worry. I guess it's just Kane losing his temper. He'll calm down soon, then go cry and blame himself all night. Anyway, you were saying something? I doubt it would be that simple. We should go check and make sure. Whatever you had to say seemed pretty important. Don't let me die of curiosity, please. Well, in a word. Bang. A deep sound. That sound was different than the last. It sounded like something heavy fell and slammed into the ground. Something that probably weighed as much as a person. What happened? I slammed the door open, bouncing it off the wall as Elegant followed me out. The sound had come from the opposite side of the wall, Kane's room. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. I thumped, pushed, kicked with all my strength, but the door wouldn't budge. Sean ran from the double room in a hurry, a handkerchief in one hand. What happened? I think something happened to Kane in his room, but the door is locked and we can't get in. Locked? Sean ran from the stairs when he heard that, trying to push through the rest of the crowd of guests to fetch his keys. We can't wait. Sean back up, bent his head down and rushed the door with his horns. My vision went black. The air was still. Sounds of choppy breaths and sobs slowly, gradually filled my ears. A scream sliced through the still air and echoed in my ears. My vision slowly cleared, and soon I could identify the shape of the scene before me. A wooden cup and a copper candlestick were resting on the ground. A dull red liquid, like viscous wine, trickled down the back of the chair and pooled on the ground. The air was thick with a coppery metallic smell. Kane was slumped in the chair, like he was asleep, if you ignored the knife which was thrust into his chest. A pattern of reddish gold bloomed along the lines of the knife handle, and splatters of red out across the body. Kane's body shuddered involuntarily as the last traces of life fled his corpse. Nobody moved. It was like the world had slowed to a crawl, like witnessing a terrible accident that you couldn't do anything to stop. I thought that by now I've seen enough death and carnage to not be shaken by one more grisly murder scene, until I found myself staring at Kane's slowly stiffening corpse. The familiar odor of Kane's musk, mixed with the metal smell of blood and reek of death, caught in my throat. Someone do something. Sonnen tried to burst into the room, but was stopped by Angson and Sean clinging to his side. Why? Why in my tavern of all places? Who did it? Which one of you did it? Sonnen roared as he shook Angson and Sean off, his lips pulled back to show his fangs, and his shoulders hunched. His wings began to spread angrily, struggling to free themselves from the straps he held them down with. The friendly innkeeper persona dropped away. In his place was an enraged dragon out of some bard's tale, furious that someone had dared defile his lair. He levelled his glare at me. Get a hold of yourself. I'm crushed that Kane's dead, and I don't know who did it. Then find out! I'll do everything I can. Thank you. It's very important to me. Sonnen slowly recovered his own composure, his fangs hidden back under his lips, and his posture relaxed. I expect all guests will cooperate with Robin's investigation in order to resolve this as soon as possible. He tossed me the ring of keys, turned around, and slowly walked downstairs, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. I remembered there was also another set of keys in the attic. I should have a look later. Well then, time to get to work. If you wish, detective, I can help by checking the corpse. If you don't want to face him so soon, that is. I'd appreciate that. I'll admit, I usually only treat living patients, but given the situation we now face, that's fine. I'll work while you investigate elsewhere. Return after you finish. With this, he turned back and tightened his medical gloves before going to work. Ja, zijn poëzie, man. Dan is dat er. Let's go, Eric. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Me? I was watching them playing cards. Right. Who is the culprit? Anxos was lost in thought. I was thinking if someone used the spare key. No way. Why are you so sure? The keys are all in the key holder, and they all look exactly the same. I would imagine only Tsanen can discern the differences between them. Even if the murder had taken all the time in the world, you wouldn't know which key to take. Ask Chanen if you don't believe me. Okay, stop inquiring. Search. That's Thrivy's book. The cover has an image of a dragon and some symbols that I can't quite figure out. That's Thrivy's medical supply box. It's so heavy that even Sanen had difficulty lugging it around. Thrivy's bed. It's one of the beds that Sanen usually sleeps in, but he's loaned it to Thrivy to sleep on for now. That's Anxos's bed. He sleeps there every time he comes here. These must be the keys which Tsanen hangs by the bedside. If there are empty rooms available, the free keys will hang on here. The door was locked. Were there any problems with the key? I counted them one by one. The shapes are basically the same. Seems like they were made in the same workshop. I'll ask Tsanen about it later. This is Tsanen's bed. He usually uses two, but one of them is loaned to Thrivy for now. A candle. Okay. There's a bunch of old junk piled around here. Bits of twine, decoration, angel wings for an old April Fool's costume. Angel's bed. Okay, that's Ivy's bed. Okay. Map. No offense, I just want to ask, what were you doing when Kane's incident happened? Quite alright, my good fellow, it's just your job. I was playing cards downstairs with the others and didn't notice anything until Kane was found. Thank you for your cooperation. Dreadful business this, but I can't help but expect that someone like you would have things well in port, detective. Good to see someone's confident. Nice tapes. You give the medical advice. Search. Candle. Bed is tidy. This is Vincent's big suitcase. Seems like it hasn't been opened since its owner entered the tavern. Snow is still falling. Okay, back. No. I was just wondering, you were with her, what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was standing in front of you. I see. No, stop inquiring. Search. The sheet of the bed is untidy. Candle. Elegance luggage. Well made, but unremarkable. Ian has slept here for a while. The quilt must have fell to the floor. The stone root has been completely buried in snow. There's nothing in the drawer. Candle. Okay. Door's open. Okay. Sean. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was upstairs, in my master and mistress's room. They rang the bell to call me upstairs, so I was going to enter the room to ask for instructions. I heard a loud sound before I entered, but my duty to the Marquis is more important than satisfying my curiosity, so I just ignored the sound. After completing my task, I went to see what happened. I think the Marquis and Marquis are willing to prove my innocence. Well, thanks for your testimony. Why do you have so much luggage? They belong to my master and mistress. I keep them here so that their room is less crowded. About doorbell. I'm a little bit curious why you chose to crash the door in like that. Because I'm a ram. I'm used to butting something when I'm faced with a barrier. Oh, and after all, what happened just now? Maybe he still could have been saved. Just after coming from the room and seeing what was going on, I decided to take the most direct route. Sean was likely to make the bed again in his own way. This is Lunik and Solar suitcase. Looks expensive and well made. Can't look inside though unless I get their permission. There's a mark on the chest. Maybe it's the travel, maybe not. Candle, neither the worst nor the best. Sean saw I was about to look at the night table. Well, what can I help you with, Mr. Roman? I'd like to check your drawer. No problem, sir. Sean opened the drawer. Nothing was inside. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. Okay. Bed is tidy. There's nothing in Peter's drawer. After all, he didn't plan to stay overnight, so he didn't bring any luggage. Snow was still falling. Okay, talk. No, well. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was watching the others playing cards. Everyone can testify to that. I see. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Forgive me for following protocol. Solo and ours were in this room together. Sean was in the room when the incident happened. I rang the bell to call him in. The bell is on the table. I'll check it later. This is enough to eliminate us as suspects? Thank you very much. I think we're done here, so I won't disturb you further. You're welcome, Detective. Please visit me if you need any help. The cup contained some white wine which carried a hint of fragrance. Smells like lavender. This is a handbell. Must be used for calling Sean. I seen a marquis ring the bell in his house. The sound wasn't loud, but Sean always seemed to hear it. Having a butler must be nice. Candle, neither the worst nor the best. This is double bed, the only double bed in this tavern. Of course, guests wouldn't choose this room usually. Pete, let's talk for a minute. I don't know. Kane. I know everyone's sad right now, but we need to find the killer. No, not me. I didn't kill him. Calm down. I just want to ask you a few questions. Really? Really, you just need to tell me what you were doing at the time. I gently patted his back until he calmed down. I was downstairs, playing cards with Simon and the others. After you went upstairs, we restarted a round, and this time we changed to a new game. I was having good luck with my cards, and I drew a good hand. When it was Heron's turn to play. Heron? He took your place after you left. I thought he wouldn't join in. What happened at the time of the incident? Well, I heard some kind of a sound, like things were getting smashed. After a bit, the sound stopped. I guess that either Kane was losing his temper, or you were looking for something, so I didn't pay it much mind. During the second round, I heard a very loud noise suddenly. Then there was also a weird bell ringing noise that I couldn't identify. Simon put his cards on the chair immediately and rushed upstairs, and then we followed him. At first I thought it might be, maybe it's a trifle, like someone tripped and fell, but then, oh, you know the rest. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Eunice, I'd like to talk to you. Peter's ears erected suddenly. In private? Fairly sensible. I want to know what you were doing at the time that Kane was killed. Hold on, you don't think I'm the one who... Don't worry, I'm asking everyone the same question. I was playing cards at the table, nothing else special. I didn't realize something was happening until everyone started running upstairs as soon as I looked up from my cards. I never thought Kane would... Thanks for your testimony. Did you notice Kane acting strangely this evening? I don't think so. He was drinking, playing cards, complaining about jobs, you know, the usual. Drunk off his ass and muttering that he wanted to be a chef for nobility, but didn't have a chance. Is that all? Me and him would meet and get drunk a lot, and I know he found a new job a few days ago. He wouldn't have committed suicide. I know in my guts he didn't. Eunice put his hand on my shoulder gently. Please, Roman, find the bastard who did this quickly. a candle, neither the worst nor the best. One of the reasons why dragons are good for running pubs is that it's always easy for them to keep the fires going. Cup, cup. This was the vase in which Simon put on the fireplace. No flowers at present though. Cup. Bar's countertop so clean you can see a reflection. Really looks like the time Ianus can't pay to fix. Wooden cup. Shannon was in the kitchen. Okay. Vintage containing these barrels is Shannon's treasure. Chain used to support the barrels is barbed. I tear my hands up moving it. But Shannon doesn't have that problem, which is probably why he uses that kind of chain. There is dusty cup on the ground. Okay, back. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. What? I need to answer too? Standard procedure, everyone does. Fine, I was playing cards at the time. Then I heard a loud sound and a ringing bell. I thought perhaps someone fell down or collapsed, so I rushed upstairs. Turned out it wasn't what I expected. Simon leaned on the stove like a deflated balloon. What should I do? Don't worry, I'll try my best to help you. Simon sighed and straightened the keychain around his waist. Do you mind answering something about this tavern? Anything if it can help catch the murderer quickly. I want to know how many sets of keys you have for the place and where they're located. 2. One set is for the guests. If the room is empty, I hang it by my bedside in the attic. The other set is carried with you. Exactly. Only 2. I've checked my set. None are missing. So the one in the door of Kane's room, it only can be Kane's. Are you sure? Maybe it's a fake. Impossible. I went upstairs to look for myself. The moment I touched the key, I knew it must be Kane's. I know the weight and the shape of each key I own. It is not a fake. But it is possible to leave after locking. But it is impossible to leave after locking the door. By the way, I don't know whether it can help you or not, but there is one other thing. Every lock and key set was custom made for the tavern. If you tried opening any of the other doors with your own key, you'd find it won't go in. Why? These keys look very similar, but the angles and the shape of the teeth have very tiny, almost unnoticeable differences. So it'll stick in the wrong lock. I don't know if that's negligence or brilliance on the part of the locksmith. Kitchen knife is stuck on the chopping block. Oh. The water in the pot is boiling. I I guess Chanan forgot to add the meat because of the incident. Okay, same thing. A wide variety of knives for meat, vegetables, and everything else. Stove fire is crackling. Okay. I guess I can go up to the doctor now. Are you free now? What's the matter? Just some routine questions. You just need to answer honestly. Where were you when the incident occurred, and what were you doing? Reading my book downstairs at the bar. Who else was downstairs at the same time? Taren, Heron, Ionis, Peter, Vincel, Ansox. Ansox, Heron, and I kept to ourselves while ourselves occupied while the others played cards. How's the autopsy coming along? It's been ready. Go to search. Looks like someone knocked these drinking cups on the ground. One of the two candlesticks was on the ground too.
Yeah, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Andy. Should have put in more effort as a DA.
Single bed, delve your bloodstains on the sheets.
Thanks, Andrew. I knew you were throwing a joke there. I was just adding on to it. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit sick at the moment. I've got flu, and the power's out. So
I'm just gonna take a quick break.
That's why you can't.
Okay, I'm back. I might have to pause from time to time because Metallic Z-Man is in a meeting. I don't want to dox him. It is an important meeting, so unfortunately, we are both in the same room. But we'll continue as best we can. Alright, so I'm looking at the head. Kane's eyes are devoid of any life or energy. His face was frozen in a look of shock at the moment he died.
Yeah, and I think that's.
Okay. He's been dead for about 30 minutes. Okay. This is a dagger which had an exquisite decorative pattern carved into its hilt. It was found stabbed deep into Kane's
That's
chest.
the 31st death with me.
Okay. This dagger looks expensive. I checked the edge of the dagger. It's really sharp. The wounds appear to be diamond shape, filling with coagulated blood. The apron and other clothes were bloody as well. The dagger's blade profile is identical to the shape of the wound. Kane's pendant was hanging on his neck with an intact lanyard. His wallet was also in his pocket. Well, I've finished my autopsy. If there's anything you don't understand, do let me know. Thank you. At the beginning, his hand was resting on the hilt of the dagger, but it fell down, resting on the hilt. Blood was spreading on the floor. Okay. Search everywhere else. Let's focus on the crime scene for now. The window was closed. The window bolt was also locked. I gave it a push. It won't budge an inch. The bed pillow. No blood. Must not have splashed here. One of the candlesticks was on the ground too. Yeah.
No, that helps a lot, Becky. Thanks.
I'm just looking through all the character descriptions, seeing if I miss anything.
That's a brilliant. Thank you. Actually, that's 31st. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. Very well. I just want to know about the condition of the remains. Very well. The victim is Kane, a male oxen, nearly 30 years old. He was found in his own room 30 minutes ago. Time of death was close to the time of discovery. He was found in a sitting position in the chair of the room where he died. The left hand hung down naturally. The right hand rested on the hilt of the dagger and then fell away when the body was found. The victim was wearing a beige leather apron and a white linen top which was punctured by the dagger. Blood from the wound saturated the clothes. The victim was also wearing a pendant. There's an open wound on the left portion of his chest. The shape of the wound is identical to that of the dagger. The depth is about a handspan long. It's probably the killing blow. I didn't find any bruises or other types of wounds. That's all I know at present. This is the evidence from my last case and a notebook I kept notes in. Do you want to read them?
I'll tell you now. Sorry. Uh,
Okay, I'm going to read the book. 20 December. Today is the third day I investigate the series of consecutive murders in the 3rd Avenue Street Apartment,
that can also
Sunnyvale
work to your
District.
advantage, 'cause
The case is now closed. I shall return to RIMF tomorrow. The record is as follows. The victim were found in their own apartments. In 2 cases, the door to the deceased home was locked. The door wasn't locked in the 3rd. Each victim was found near a balcony or a window to the outside. Each died from blood loss caused by a single piercing wound in the chest or abdomen, which penetrated deep into the organs. After an on-site investigation, we confirmed that the perpetrator lived in the apartments across the street, used a bow and tethered collapsible arrow to randomly shoot all 3 victims. With the permission of the victims' relatives, the evidence shall be returned to the capital after the investigation concludes.
yes, and I think I have to find them. I think I've had 1 or 2 of those.
Okay, the snow is continuing outside. Pillows of the star, white star look so comfortable, but I can't sleep now. Were there any problems with the keys? I counted them one by one. The shapes are basically the same. Seems that they were made in the same workshop. I don't know if I'm going to get any different dialogue.
I think that's what you're looking for is where.
I glimpsed in the mirror. Okay, the hair's still good. There were a few golden hairs on the surface of the sink, not my colour. I'm not likely to use the restroom. Right.
I think it is, and that's like a. I think.
This is my backpack, clothing and sundries are inside it. Door my room. Pinch doesn't have good lubrication, always cause some unpleasant noise. Of course, it's a relatively minor problem here. Sean knocked the door open, but fortunately the lock wasn't damaged. Nothing suspicious about the outer keyhole. The key was inserted in the keyhole. I turned the key and pulled it out smoothly, but felt some.
Yeah, it was the 20.
But I felt something strange when I inserted the key back into the lock.
My brother's me the DM. I'm just not.
A little bit sticky. Wait. Time to sniff. I closed my eyes and breathed in and out through my nose. Different races and different things smell different. When they interact with each other, they leave their unique scent on each other. If I close my eyes and sniff carefully, I can locate the position of every odor, then restore them to the scene. The more similar interact methods, places and times are, the more similar the scent is. The smell of the lock is a mixed odor of metal and hand sweat with a faint blood smell. The smell from the dagger smells of blood, iron and cane. Odor of blood and death coming from cane. The chair is sat and is stained with similar smells. The alcohol in the candlestick smells like the cups. Glass smells strongly of alcohol. Can I go to other places to sniff now? Yeah, it's no. I hear a metallic smell, but something doesn't feel right. Wait, it doesn't smell like a murder scene. Two things smell fishy. The blood smell on the dagger is strong, no problem there. Two things smell fishy. Key unlock. If the key was stuck in the lock after the incident, then it should smell the same as the lock. But why can't I smell it? That should do it. The evidence I have is enough. Time I found out the truth. Do you wish to save progress? Yes. After a thorough search, I asked everyone to come to the hall for trial. I gathered everyone here. Is this Oh, I've gathered everyone here. Is it time for the infamous parlor scene? I can only hope the murderer is so easy to point out. The problem is, I only have clues available, so I'll need your help solving this case. But the criminal's one of us. Surely they'll try to distract or mislead you. That's exactly what I want. The more the murderer tries to whitewash the events, the simpler my job becomes. Let's start with the simplest problem first. Is this case a suicide or a homicide? The first mystery is the dagger in Kane's chest. Ionis, is this Kane's dagger? I've never seen a dagger with like that. He usually borrows my knife to cut carrots. If this knife doesn't belong to Kane, I have to question. I have to a question which no one is going to answer. Whose dagger is this? Or the better question being, who just happened to lose a fancy dagger recently? Nobody answered, of course. I looked around. Everyone is avoiding my eyes, trying not to look directly at me. The only advantage of being a detective is that everyone will think you have the ability to spot lies at a glance. But if they don't talk, you can't just make them speak. Well, at least we can be sure that the dagger isn't Kane's. Next, our second mystery, the lock. I pushed the handle forcefully at the time, and it didn't move. The door couldn't be opened. Could the lock have been jammed? Why would it? I check whether the handle and the locks work when I do my daily inspection. So the door was really locked when the incident happened? Right, until Sean crashed the door. Fortunately, the lock's still in good condition. I'll fix everything after this is over. You can't really lock the door and commit suicide? I can't believe it. But the dagger is hard to explain. Maybe he kept the dagger hidden and didn't let anyone know he had it. That's not true. There's another problem with the lock. Right. Sanan, I'd like to confirm one thing. Eh? Spit it out. The door could be locked from both sides, correct? Sure. Naturally, we'd assume the most obvious possibility, but Kane's door was not locked from the inside. It was locked from the outside. Wait a moment, there's something strange. What? After opening the door, Sean and I were standing by the door. Sean suggested we should have a look at the scene as to give better testimonies. So we checked the lock one by one, and the key was in the lock inside the room. That's right, I saw it too. But it's been a while since the door opened. During the chaos, anything could happen, such as the murderer moving the key from outside to inside. But I was beside the bed at the moment it happened. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I thought you already knew that. Ask me next time. Fine. Seems the door is locked from the inside. But something smells fishy. What is strange about the lock? So weird. Why?
So he's
There's
close
some-
to me.
So weird. Why was there something like glue in the lock? Maybe it's the stew from lunch? Clearly it was sabotage somehow. Though we don't know the method. We can assume the door was locked from the inside for now, but we can't exclude the idea that the culprit locked the door from the inside, then escaped the room by some method. Besides, Kane didn't have any reason to kill himself. He told me he found a new job this afternoon. Even said that he'll be managing his own restaurant after he saved enough money. So he didn't have a state of mind to consider suicide. And you don't just commit suicide on Christmas. That's maybe a stretch. Thusly, the possibility of suicide is infinitesimal. We cannot deny the possibility of homicide now. Isn't it better to say that it is actually a homicide? Now we begin to narrow the circle of suspects. At first, we can exclude all of the people downstairs. So, who was in the hall at that time?
The Parthenon?
If I remember, they were Sergeant, Heron, Anzox, Ianus, Strivey, Peter, and Vincel. And Sean, Maki, Lunik, Maki, Salah, Roman, and myself were upstairs. Pardon moi, but Salah, Sean, and I were in my room. Oh, pardon moi, but Salah, Sean, and I were in my room. Shouldn't we be excluded? The problem is that Allegan and I were in her room face to face. According to you, nobody is suspicious at all. I'm sorry for my impropriety, Marquis Harlock. Shebon, I can feel your enthusiasm for investigation. For the time being, we'll just regard everyone upstairs as suspects. These are Elegant, the Marquis couple, Sean, and me. I would like each of you to go over what you can, what you were doing when the incident happened, in as much detail as you can. I want to hear Sean's testimony first. Where should I begin? When you first went upstairs. Because the Marquis called for me, I went upstairs. General speaking, it was time for the Marquis's medicine to help him sleep. I heard loud noises as I was passing through, so I prepared the medicine and I went out to see what was going on. And then I found you all crowding around the locked door, so I knocked it open. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. What's one? How did you know that the door was locked? Because you were all dragging and pulling at the handle. I assumed that it was locked. Okay. What kind of medicine? 1 drop of lavender and citrus oil added to water or wine. It was prescribed by the Marquis's personal physician. Sounds like a pretty mild medicine. Because it's just a slight nervous tension. It's not supposed to be potent. What noise? Just like the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Speaking specifically, how did they call you up? I went upstairs when I heard the bell ring. That is how they always summon me. Please add the things you've mentioned to your testimony. Oh, okay. Please testify again. I heard the sound of the Marquis ringing the bell, then went upstairs. Generally speaking, I prepare the Marquis' sleeping medicine. It is a mix of lavender and citrus oils in wine or water. The Marquis' doctor told me to add 2 drops of oils into water or wine and give the Marquis to drink. I heard something like heavy objects crashing to the ground, so I went out and have a look. And then I found all of you crowding around the locked door, so I crashed it.
Cheers, everyone. Cheers,
Wait, I think there's something strange in your testimony. What is it? It hadn't been fully consumed, suggesting that something interrupted the Marquis drinking his sleep. Wait, let me just go back. The cup by Lunix's bedside. That's suspicious. Yeah, on Lunix's bedside. Why does it look suspicious? The wine. It hadn't been fully consumed, suggesting something interrupted the Marquis drinking his sleep-enhancing potion. If I was right in my conjecture, that something was Kane's death. Okay. Oh wait. Thank you so much for the hydrate.
Sorry for the hour.
Is the candle? Seems like a contradiction. I disagree. Why are you always against me? Such a pity you chose detective instead of a waiter. A waiter with his appetite? My tap at tavern wouldn't last a month. I'm leaving without checking out. Okay. I know I could. Wait, let's see. Where is Sean? Full testimony. Okay. So he heard the sound of the Monkey's ringing bell. Oh wait. Um. Yeah. You went upstairs before hearing the ring, then heard the loud noise. Yes, is there a problem? Please recall Peter's testimony. Peter mentioned he heard several small noises, a loud noise, and then the ring. Whose memory is wrong, yours or Peter's? Or is one of you lying? In fact, I didn't hear the ring. Around this time, I usually start making the medicine. Really? It's just mixing 2 drops of stuff together. Anyway, I went upstairs before hearing the bell and I was fixing the medicine in my room. After hearing the loud noise, I went out and heard the bell ring. So I went to the monkey's room to put down the medicine and then went out again. That actually makes sense. When was the prescription given? About 2 years ago. My master takes it all the time. Thanks for your help. May I ask what you were doing when the incident happened, Monkey? Oui. It is my duty to cooperate with your investigation after such a terrible incident. We were in my room the entire time, pajamas on, sitting in bed. We prepared to retire for the evening, so I rang the bell to call Sean. I heard something strange, but couldn't identify it through the door. When Sean ran out hurriedly after he put the medicine down, I realized something had happened. Usually he waits silently until I finish the medicine, and then left after cleaning the mug and blowing the candle out. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Changing into pajamas? I don't mean to offend, but changing clothes is really a suspicious behavior. We were preparing for bed. We also changed back to our earlier clothing. As you can see, we are quite immaculate. Sorry, I may have overthought. I don't distrust you, I just want to cover all bases. How long did it take for Sean to arrive after the ringing of the bell? After I rang the bell, within 30 seconds. Is that right, mon petit rayon de soleil? Yes, prompt and reliable as always. Could you please tell me what you heard in detail? I'm not sure, it sounded much too muffled. Can you remember if the sounds occurred before or after you rang the bell? I cannot remember clearly. What about you, mon chéri? It seems like... Oh, forgive me. Stress plays such havoc with my memory. I can't recall. Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony. As you wish, Monsieur Detective. Please testify again. We were in our room for the entire time, having changed the pajamas and preparing for bed. Our formal dress is clean, without any blood. When it was time I needed to sleep, I rang the bell to call Sean. He came within 30 seconds. I heard a muffled sound, but cannot remember if it was before I rang the bell or after. When Sean ran out hurriedly after he put the medicine down, I realized something had happened. Usually he waits silently until I drink, then leaves after cleaning the cup and blowing out the candles out. Let me think. Something isn't right. Which evidence? It's too fishy. Oh, less fishier than you. For real, what am I fishy? You're distracting others with your nonsense. No. Mm-hmm. By the way, your suitcase is so heavy. Oui, it is. We need to prepare well before we went out for winter. The fact that the luggage is in the other room. You said the ringing was after the sound. It's impossible. I can't remember exactly. Nothing doubtful, I think. Maybe you have to assume we've exhausted this line of questioning. I think so too. Thank you for your cooperation. Then who are you asking next, Monsieur Detective? The next one is Elegant. What are you doing at this time? What are you doing at this time? Me? I was standing in front of you. You came in, I shut the door, and I inquiring if you were wearing a bell. That should be the Marquis's bell ring, I think. Then there was the crashing of a sound and a loud noise, after which you opened the door forcibly and ran out. Followed you and saw you trying to open the door to Kane's room. You have no proof you were in your own room the entire time I was downstairs. Correct. Well, that was direct. You are welcome to doubt my testimony if you wish, as I cannot actually prove that. Can you sure you heard the bell ringing? I don't remember hearing it myself. Maybe you were distracted by the sound of the door closing. But my hearing is also much better than you. So, the sequence of sounds, can you go over them? As you wish. First, there was the ringing of the bell, then our conversation, then the sound of crashing, followed by the loud sounds. This is getting weird. Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony. As you wish. Please testify again. I cannot prove my behavior before you went upstairs, but I was standing in front of you at the time. The ringing should have occurred when I shut the door, so you missed it. Then, in sequence, there was the ringing, then the smashing sound, after which you opened the door forcibly and ran out. I followed you and saw you trying to open the door to Kane's room. Same question. Peter, Sean, and you all heard the ring, small noises, but everyone's testimony about the order of sounds are different. Peter heard a small noise first, then a bump, then the ring. You heard the ring first, then the small noises, then the loud noise. Sean heard a loud noise, a ring. Who is lying? When there's three, it's difficult if to say if someone lied. I see. Nobody lied. Then it's suicide, isn't it? Nobody lied, but nobody could describe the whole thing. What if there was more than one ringing? Though I didn't hear anything, stupid ears. For example, first there was a ringing, then a crashing, then followed by a loud sound, then and a ringing again. That three people could heard should be correct. The number of bell rings is the key to solving this case. Yes, but why would the Marquis need to ring the bell again? Unless his faithful servant didn't answer the first bell ring came out. Well, I didn't want to say that because it would make the Marquis suspicious. But you thought at this stage I have to explain. In fact, I heard two ringings. The first time I entered to prepare the medicine. The second time I didn't understand but still came in. Before I had a chance to ask the reason, I heard the loud sound from outside. By the way, I first answered the bell. I only saw the Marquis sitting on the bed without a Makwa, the woman sitting on the bed without Marquis Harlock's present. Something smells fishy. Maybe I press harder? So you heard two ringings and came in the room twice. Could you please tell me the exact situation when you entered the second time? I opened the door and saw Master Lunik and Mistress Solar seated together. He was breathing heavily and he was sweating a great deal. Okay. You didn't see the Marquis the first time? No, only the Marquis. Are you sure he wasn't just hiding in a corner or someplace you didn't notice? I'm sure. Please add what you've mentioned in the testimony. Okay. Please testify again. In fact, I heard two ringings and answered twice. I prepared the medicine the first time, but the Marquis wasn't in the room. The second time I found the Marquis in the room, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Before I had the chance to ask the reason, I heard the loud sound from outside. Hold on. Sean! Please calm down. Don't hurt the witness. As I stepped between Sean and Lunik, Sean seized the opportunity to retreat. Monsieur Detective, I order you to step aside. This is a personal matter. But which book should you quote to stop Lunik? I don't know what the Helios Code is. Do you know what the Helios Code is? Anyone in chat know what the Helios Code is? Helios, the radiative transfer code is constructed for studying. Okay, now I'm gonna go to detective code. Detective Code Article 42 stipulates that detectives must prevent harm to witnesses caused by honest testimony. As a detective, I don't want my witnesses afraid to testify honestly because of intimidation or fear. His testimony is a lie. If you think he is lying, you can choose to tell the truth. Very well, I shall do as you ask. I'm listening. Indeed, I did ring the bell twice. I did not say so earlier because I did not want my servant to become a suspect. I consider it recompense for 10 years of loyal service. But now he has betrayed me and I will expose his lies sans pâté. Sorry if I'm butchering the French language. He didn't come at all when I rang the bell first time. He came after I rang the bell the second time after some time. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. What? Why did you lie the first time? As I said, I did not wish my servant to become a suspect. If he is arrested, who will serve me? But, oui. I know I was wrong. Please continue your asking. Why do you think Sean has betrayed you? His testimony doesn't have any truth and slanders my good name. Do you have any method to expose his lies? Are my words not enough? As if I'd accept that. Sean didn't come the first time you come in when you first rang? Oui. Why else would I need to ring again if he came? Maybe you're influenced by my speculation? No. Is your latest testimony true? Absolutely true. Without any exaggeration because of personal emotion, I swear upon my title. Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony. As you wish, Monsieur Detective. Please testify again. Indeed, I rang the bell twice. I did not say so earlier because I did not want my servant to become a suspect. Now I know I was wrong, but I did not think about it too much at the time. I consider it recompense for 10 years of loyal service. His testimony is absolutely a lie. I swear it upon my title. When I first rang the bell, he didn't come, so I rang again. He came after I rang the bell the second time after a while. I have no idea. Both of their testimonies are pretty weak. Even if I asked Sola to testify as Lunix's wife, her testimony would be suspect at best. If testimonies is all we can rely on, then we'll never find the solution. Perhaps we should see if there's anything at the scene that can contradict them. Well, we haven't discussed the problem of the lock yet either. Now that the suspects are narrowed down again, I think I found a common point. Do you remember the moment that the Marquis first arrived at the tavern? Oh, I nearly forgot. The melted snow had damaged the heel of my shoe. I guess we thought of something. Huh? What do you think? Where's the door lock? The lock. Indeed, I thought of something. Which part of the lock? Which part of the lock is suspicious? The keyhole was sticky. The stickiness of the lock. Why? If my memory is right, the Marquis had ordered Sean to re-glue the heels of his shoes. The capital's high-end shoemakers usually make shoes with a specific type of glue. Although the glue is easy to dissolve with cold water, these shoemakers still use it over anything else. Partly because no noble lady would be walking in water, but mostly because the glue has no odour to it. I'd wager that Sean carries a jar of the stuff in case of an emergency. Oui, he does. The glue would explain why the door was stuck for no reason. Only a detective with your level of talent can find the connection between such things. That does not include your nose, by the way. Which evidence can connect the clue, the lock, and the key? Well, the smell alone can't be used as evidence, but it does give me an idea. The smell of the door lock and the key at the scene weren't the same. Now that I think about it, that means the key was plugged in after that. So the key was inserted later. Pourquoi? The Bard and Sean have seen the key was stuck in the lock when we came in. They're not the same one. Impossible. What went wrong? Have you forgotten? The key cannot plug into other rooms' locks. Every key is handmade by a good blacksmith. They look similar but cannot be inserted into the wrong locks. I know that, but you don't have to insert it. The only thing that matters is if it looks like it's been inserted in. Looks like? I did see the key stuck in the lock. If you break the key in half and then stick the shaft in the lock with glue, it wouldn't matter if it fit or not. Wild guess. Glue could be torn off. Mushery? Yes, but it would be quite difficult. If that is so, then I can tell who the murderer is with ease. If that is so, I can tell who the murderer is with ease. With just one thing, you can prove yourself innocent. Simple. Take out your room keys and open the door. Let's begin with the most suspicious three. I believe you are all anxious to prove your innocence. It is my pleasure. We should have done this much sooner. Indeed. Ladies first. Wait, sorry. Take your keys and open the door one by one. Ladies first, mademoiselle. My pleasure, Marquis Harlock. Elegant took a key out, approached the door without hesitation. The key slid into the lock, turned, and the door opened. She's always calm and certain. I dare say if she was the murderer, she'd be a terrifying culprit to face. Next, Marquis Harlock. If this can prove my innocence. Lunik took out his key and approached his door, though his hands trembled slightly. The key missed the hold once or twice, and I could see sweat begin to form on his fur. After several unsuccessful attempts, his wife stepped over him, whispered something to him, and guided his hands. This time the key slipped easily into the keyhole and turned with a click, and Lunik's shoulders slumped with relief. Now the result is clear. Sean, it's your turn. We've all opened our doors, now it's only Sean left. It must be him. If all three keys work on their respective doors, it shows that Roman's hypothesis cannot stand. In other words, we will have to start over from the beginning. It is not foolish to jump so quickly to a conclusion. As you say. Sean, let's begin. Sean reached into his bag and froze. What? My key is missing. Maybe you should empty it to make sure. I don't think that will empty the bag. No. Lunik snatched the bag from Sean and dumped the contents on the ground. A dozen copper coins, silver coin, half a key covered with glue and a piece of blue crystal fell on the carpet. Sean staggered back against the wall, clutching his vest tightly with both hands, and looked around with wide eyes. I've already guessed earlier. But what about the loud noises? Those had to be Kane's falling body. If I were the murderer, I wouldn't have had time to kill him and prepare the medicine. The bell rang just after the noise of his collapse. I couldn't have had time to... No. Lunik just testified that you didn't come on time when he rang the bell. I was just a few seconds late. A few seconds couldn't buy me enough time to complete the tricks you made up, right? Tricks? Indeed, you were clever. What? For example, the loud noise. It was actually earlier. But I heard it loud and clear. Both ringing and Kane's fall were very close. Now I get it. In fact, the loud noise wasn't caused by Kane's fall. What else could it be? Such a loud noise must be the noise of a body falling down. I have two pieces of evidence to prove that the voice was not caused by Kane's fall. Firstly, which evidence proves that the loud sound wasn't caused by Kane's body? Kane's corpse is in his room, corpse was in the chair, his hand was grabbing the dagger, fatal injuries in the chest. Corpse on the chair. He fell into the chair. Even if you collapse back with no support at all, most of the impact would be cushioned by the chair. Sorry. Space laser. If he fell back like that, there wouldn't have been nearly enough noise. So the sound of the heavy objects falling to the ground was caused by something else. The second piece of evidence I want to present is what caused the loud sound. The suitcases in Sean's room. The luggage is heavy enough that it weighed as much as... they're both extremely heavy. Throwing them around would be more than loud enough. So you killed Kane, went back into your own room, threw the suitcase, and rushed to the Marquis' room. If you made the noise in your room, you could easily reach the Marquis in time without arousing suspicion. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I kill someone I don't even know? We'll get to that. Quick question and answer. Click the moving icons to weapon. The lethal weapon is the dagger. The dagger, of course. The murderer didn't cover this up. Method. Here's how things played out. Deductive reasoning. Arrange the occurrences chronological from top to bottom by dragging chips. Suspect burst Kane's door open. Suspect cleared half of the key to the door. Suspect replaced the key with Kane. Suspect locked the door from outside. Suspect made a loud noise in his room. Suspect locked in. knock the cup and candle to the floor. Okay, so the suspect, I think that one is second last, and then this one, wait. Come on. And then made a loud noise in himself. Glued half of the key in the door. Come on. No, I know, it's my mouse. Oh. Change this one with this one. No, it's one and had all these keys. So this on feed me. So I think 4 is correct there. What is 2? No, the loud noise has to be before we bust open. Oh, okay. that. There's 3. There we go. So this is the sequence of events. Okay. That's me. I think it's obvious. The murderer is Sean. He had both the time and the motive. Oh, nonsense. Be patient, I will explain the motive. Though Sean denied that he had met Kane before, one thing caught my attention. There's a blue crystal in Sean's bag which looks like Kane's pendant. Kane had worn that pendant for as long as I've known him. Maybe you two are old friends? No need to answer that. I think I know why you killed him. Why do you say that? 2 old friends reunited after many years of separation, but instead of a happy reunion, all you got was rage. Let me guess. It's all about betrayal? What are you talking about? For example, you promised that you would recommend Kane to the Marquis when you got the chance. Then he would finally achieve his dream of becoming a cook for nobility. Aye. But it seems that you didn't keep your promise, because you didn't think you'd ever see him again. Actually, if it weren't for the snowstorm, you two probably never would have crossed paths. Aye. You committed the crime when Kane lost his temper. Let's begin. Kane went upstairs after dinner, and you followed him soon after. One of Kane's actions confused me at the time. He had pulled off his pendant and was letting it hang from his hand. My guess is Kane was sending a signal to someone. I recognize you. You noticed Kane's signal and followed him upstairs. You were talking in his room, and then the ring from the bell in Lunix's room happened. That was the first bell ring. Kane mentioned your betrayal and knocked over the mug and candlestick. That's the crashing sound we heard. You felt endangered when Kane faced you, so you decided to strike first with your dagger. He collapsed into the chair without any noise. You took Kane's key, then broke your own key and stuck it in the lock with some glue you used to fix Solar's shoes. You didn't pull out the dagger because you feared that blood would get on your clothes. After all, you only needed to deny that the dagger was yours. Then you went out, locked the door from the outside, and returned to your room and made that noise by tossing the suitcase. The Marquis noticed you hadn't arrived and rang the bell for a second time. You entered to serve just in time. After that, you pretended to be surprised and ran out. You smashed open the door and then exchanged the key you had stuck in the door with Kane's key. That is how it happened. Just admit it, Sean. You cannot escape my logic. Fine. I did it. Sean's transverse pupils looked straight at me, and I couldn't see any emotion in his eyes. Whether it was sadness, fear, or despair, I couldn't tell. I didn't expect that either. I was just scared. His appearance, panting, looming over me with those red eyes. He looked like he was going to... Sean's hands were shaking, grasping at his sleeves tightly. But you're the one who struck the first and deadliest blow. According to the Helios Code, whoever murders another person shall be hanged without special justification. I'm sorry, but your excuse is too weak to counter your punishment. Uh, I really don't want to be hanged. Isn't there another option for me? I can't say no. Even if we wanted to exercise rights under the Helios Code. In fact, I'm going to apply the Helios Code. Even if we, in the event that the case cannot immediately be brought to trial, as long as there is a qualified detective present, a judgment may be pronounced under a detective's discretion. Even if you will not escape judgment, accept what you... Son, let me finish. As I was going to say, according to the code, you have 10 minutes to make your peace. If you don't want to be hanged, do something. Like a confession? It depends on your definition of a confession. Alright. Sean set his handkerchief on the chair back, bowed his head, and meekly followed Sanson up the stairs. Suddenly, several loud noises came from upstairs. What happened? I'm a little scared. Let me have a look. So, open the door now. Saren used his shoulder to open the door to Kane's room. What happened? Sean ran inside and jammed the door with something. The door swung open, knocking the nightstand aside. Sean leaned back against the chair where Kane was sitting, holding the dagger, sweating profusely. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and thrust the dagger deep in his stomach. Thick blood gushed out around the crimson and onto the handle, covering the fine carvings and layers of crimson. Sean had used the same dagger to break the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," but he also atoned for his crime with it. We stood there and watched life slowly ebb from Sean's body. Now we're in big trouble. When the snow stops, I need to go to the judiciary to testify. But first I need to take care of Sean and Kane. Roman, take this up to my bedside. Taryn threw me the key to Kane's room, picked up the broken key and stuffed it in his pocket. Thrivey, get Heron up here and ask him if he could perform a funeral. But if he refuses to perform funeral rites for a suicide, tell him Sean was hanged by me with Roman's permission. Okay. Heron came upstairs with his rosary and his symbol cross. I pulled down the ladder to the attic. The attic was dark. I started regretting leaving the candle downstairs. When I adjusted my eyes to the darkness, I carefully walked around the trapdoor on the floor and hung the key on the key holder. I went back down to the corridor to meet Taran, dragging the body. Roman, help me drag them down to the yard. As long as they're kept outdoors, they won't rot in the freezing cold. Heron's already recited the scriptures for them. When the snow stops, I'll ask the church to give them a decent funeral. Well, dragging two stiff bodies, we went downstairs along with the spiral stairs. Should we leave the dagger here or pull it out? Yeah, it is quite dark. I did not expect this, chat. I should have put trigger warning in. I did not expect it to turn this way. I think pull out the dagger. Well, we'd better pull it out. Will it mess up the scene? The case is already closed. The coroner from the judiciary will just have a simple glance. Also, it's not safe to leave it where anybody could. Don't say that! Sorry, it's just that Kane happened to meet his enemy. We're not all enemies in this hotel, right? Who knows? Siren opened the door and dragged Kane and Sean from the tavern. Maybe I'll go to sleep now. I went upstairs. All the doors are locked except Kane's and Sean's. Everyone went to bed, whether they can fall asleep or not. I need to go to bed too, though I probably can't fall asleep. I locked the door, the key under the pillow, and then blew the candle out. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah. It turns out you didn't forget about me, Sean. Sure. So you merely forgot that promise you made, right? So sorry. I haven't had a chance to recommend you. No chance at all? Being at the Marquis Valet doesn't bring even a single chance to mention. Oh, being the Marquis Valet doesn't bring you even a single chance to even mention my name? Sorry. Even if you didn't fulfill your promise, I still hope that we could keep in touch. Don't smash things. Just wait a moment. Don't be so angry. Even if you fail to keep your word, I always thought of you as a friend. Don't come near me. This is what I wanted to tell you after I calmed down. But you never gave me the chance. Okay. I think this is where I'm gonna stop for today. It's Christmas Day for them. So I think I'm gonna save. And yeah, thank you for joining me for this quite dark story. Very interesting but dark. I hope you've enjoyed your trip. So yeah, let's see. I'm gonna check quickly who we can raid. I have Shuat the Red. Does anyone else have a recommendation?
That's who I was gonna recommend.
I'm gonna read out the people so long it's here. Just wanna see something. Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know who's bots, who's not. So I'm just gonna read out everyone. Let's go from the bottom this time. Twitch streamers, Discord, types of battle. You always engage in chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the oinker. You always make me smile when I see you chat. Stygian Sticks, I hope I say that right. Small streamers, DC community. Setsunian17, Rogel, Ninatella, Never Blame Me, Metallic Z-Man, as always, my tech support, emotional support, just plain and simple, my support and love. Thank you so much for being here. Mark Zink, Lurks, Lana Ray, La Kaylee, Katrina, you've been a trooper. You've been here for a while. Thank you. It's me, Mojo Jojo. Thank you. Thank you. Also lurking here. Holat's Carmen. Hello Tonka. Thank you for lurking. I see you there. Ain't Fashway 42. Dropsnut, Commander Root, Alien Gathering, Alicidra, Oakstew. Thank you all. It was really cool having you with me. I really enjoyed the story so far. As far as I know, there's 5 cases, so we've done 2. So I think there's still 3 left. The second one was quite long, so I suspect the other 3 will be 2. So I'll probably do like 1 a night or 1 in a setting. And but this weekend is couple stream, so it will only be next week. So, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, if no one else has a recommendation, I'm gonna go raid Shuat the Red. Let me just see his name, spelling Shu hard the Red. Let me just turn on my volume. Yeah, and wherever you are, have a good day, evening, morning. Have a good Christmas Eve, and we'll see you soon. Bye bye.